Okay. For over 100 years, Pinehurst has been the spot for some of the top golfers across the globe, and today is no different. For the 125th North and South Amateur Championship at the historic Pinehurst No.2, the Donald Ross design that has been deemed as one of the truest tests in golf across of every level. And hi, everyone. We welcome you to the North and South Amateur Championship. Kendall Lewis alongside Nick Gismondi and our on-course reporter, Taff Gant, who you'll be hearing from here in just a few moments as we bring you final round coverage in match play on the men's and the women's side. Nick, this is an incredible event here. You take a look at the course description. A par 70 for the men, playing just over 7,200 yards. For the women, 6,200 yards. You really can't hit it out of the fairway here, and you think about those Donald Ross bowl-shaped greens, certainly a test today.
Oh, No.2 is obviously one of the most iconic courses in the country, maybe in all of golf. Pleasure to be along here with you today. Pleasure to be at this unbelievable resort for what is an incredible match play final for the North and South. But you're right. This is a course that demands accuracy and precision, especially off the tee. But like you said, you're not safe after that. Yeah. These greens will get you. And the one other factor here is, you know, the weather in North Carolina this week specifically has been volatile.
Yeah, no question about it. 95-degree plus heat. And you take a look at this championship match today. We'll start with the men. Carlos Astiasaran, the 31 seed, the Cinderella story right now, taking on Tyler Watts, who came in as the 4 seed after 2 days of stroke play on number 7 and number 2. They played 36 holes of stroke play, which is how this tournament field was seeded. They are the final 2 standing here, and this should be an incredible match. You think about Tyler Watts, one of the top junior golfers in the country, who is already committed to play for Tennessee for the class of 2026. Just an incredible showing this week. And Carlos Astiasaran, a little bit older, is transferring to Vanderbilt, but has had an incredible college career thus far at Pacific, where he was the co-player of the year in the WCC this past season. And now we'll flip the script and talk about the women's side of things. And we've got 2 polished players here as well. When you think about the 28 seed, Jazzy Roberts from Australia, who has had 3 wins and 16 top 10 finishes in world amateur golf events as of late. Mackenzie Lee, who has just dominated at SMU in her college career. An honorable mention All-American, comes in as the 19 seed, taking down Avery McCrary, Nick, the 6 seed, who everybody thought coming in was certainly a contender, plays her college golf at Duke, but Mackenzie was dominating in that match earlier this morning.
Well, Kendall, as you know, anything can happen in match play, and that has certainly been the case this week. I really like the roller coaster, and we'll talk about it more, that Mackenzie Lee has been on a bit this week, and Jazzy has played absolutely beautifully as well. And then back on the men's side, you know, I'm very excited to see Tyler Watts, and it was a tough men's field. The likes of Miles Russell were in the mix, and of course he's been turning heads lately, but it's been a good start to the 25 season for Tyler Watts, especially. Well, he's got 4 top 10 finishes already just this year. Most recently, a 5th place finish at the Team TaylorMade Invitational, where he went 67, 69, 69.
No doubt about it. Those are your championship matches today, and we are almost set to go on the course for live action, as we will take it on the men's side of things first, as we join the men on hole 5 green. And once again, as we mentioned, Carlos Astiasaran and Tyler Watts, who is just a rising high school senior in this group here.
Tricky hole. We pick up coverage on a good one. The first par 5 that they've come to, a 588-yarder. Currently, as you know, it is 1 up right now for Carlos.
And Tyler Watts in the green side bunker. Oh, really nice. Well played there. Go in right off the bat.
Well, you don't have to worry about putting if you just sink them off the greens.
Fireworks here early on our first hole of coverage.
Well, that is exactly how you want to start. I mean, this is the kind of thing that we have seen from this young man, and getting to watch him tee off on the first tee. I've obviously been watching him from a distance before, but he's not a huge guy, but he strikes the ball just beautifully.
How about that? Tyler able to knot this match up through 5 holes, and they will head to the par 3 sixth, playing just over 200 yards today, and we'll follow along. But first, let's take a look at the women's side, who were in 5 fairway.
Yeah, these tee times are separated by just about 15 minutes, so they'll be pretty much right on top of each other on the exact same hole, which works out good for us. And this is Jazzy Roberts and Mackenzie Lee, currently 1 up, as Kendall said, through 5.
Mackenzie Lee had 236 with a fairway medal there. Roberts outdrove her by about 12 yards, 224. She's got 3 wood in hand as well. Both going at this par 5. We mentioned par 72 and par 70, 2 different pars for the men and the women today. And both come up empty-handed there, short of the green here at 5.
Not too much separation, Kendall, on the locations of the tee boxes. So the distance, obviously, more for the men, but the women are still playing this as a very long golf course.
We go to the par 3 sixth hole here on the men's side with Tyler Watts and Carlos Astiasaran. This 6th hole is interesting, Nick, when you think about one of the potentially the toughest par 3, and that hole location can wander and funnel in that back left corner of the green, as you can see from behind Tyler Watts, who holed it out of the bunker just a moment ago. Green side on hole 5.
Well, it's a tricky shot because now you've got some weather coming in, so that wind is picking up. And this, again, we talked about those upside down bowl greens, and this is certainly one of them. Demands a precision shot here off the tee. Did not like that.
Ooh, Watts just dropped the club.
Cannot tell if that, I believe that leaked to the left into that left green side bunker. He didn't like it right when he hit it. He caught it a little bit low on the face, and it just, unfortunately, not going to hold that green at that angle.
And that green has a false front, as well as you can see on your screen.
It's severely around those edges, especially on that left edge. That's where it really, really does leak left.
Well, good line there for Astiasaran, but unable to find the green as well. Let's go down on course to Taft Gant, who is on the tee with this group.
Yeah, thanks, Kendall. It's funny how you see Tyler Watts play what was his best shot of the day by holding out for eagle on the tough par 5 fifth, and then he follows it up with not his best tee shot. He's going to have a very tough up and down from that bunker. One of the hardest bunkers out on number 2 is this one off to the left, and he doesn't have much room to play with the tuck pin on the front left. We'll get up there and see how his lie is, and they're both going to be fighting for par here, Kendall.
Appreciate that, Taft. Yeah, this is going to be a tricky up and down, Nick, when you think about this. First, you have the right bunkers along the right side, but even that left green side bunker tricky with the false front for Carlos and Tyler here on the 6th, the par 3.
Well, and the hard thing there is you follow up that beautiful chip in, and now you're going to be scrambling. So you can tell that the match is going to be close, but that bunker on that left side of that green is no joke.
We'll take it back to 5 with Jazzy Roberts and Mackenzie Lee on the women's side of things.
So it looks like, I believe both players are off the green right now, so it'll be a chip up from them.
And we are just getting word that Thunder is in the area, so they are calling the players off the course right now. Welcome to North Carolina. Sunny 1 minute, and, of course, the thunderstorm that came through last night. We talk about this tournament, Nick. They had to come back at 6:30 this morning and finish the quarterfinal round, then play the semifinal 18, and here they are with a delay in the final round.
Yeah, so right now it's about 75% chance of a thunderstorm coming in right now, and that's going to sort of maintain till about 4 o'clock. Then it's going to dip off, and they should be able to resume. The problem was yesterday not only the thunder and the lightning, but it was the ferocity of the amount of rain that poured down on this golf course. Bunkers were filled. It was just truthfully unplayable. Most of the rounds through this match play have been delayed at some point, and it's just those afternoon storms that roll in. But if you do take a look at the radar right now, there's a significant cell that's over us at the moment, and that's going to hit in its full force right about 2:10-ish. It's going to linger over top of the resort here till, well, right about 3:45, and then it's going to clear out, and it looks like it should be good after that. So hopefully not as lengthy as a delay. I think the big question mark we're going to have to answer here is that how much rain is Pinehurst going to get at this moment?
So Tyler Watts and Carlos Astiasaran tied through 5 holes. And on the other side, Mackenzie Lee, 1 up through 4 on Jazzy Roberts. Championship Golf Network's coverage of the North and South Amateur Championship will continue as soon as we get an update. Be sure to stay tuned live with us on CGN.
They just took their earbud out.
Can you call?
Need a hole. Player, caddies. Everybody else, scorers, officials.
You gotta get out of the way.
Bobby, you want to know if we have a cart near us?
Tell Doug.
I got room if people need to go.
I was gonna say, we got another one back there if y'all need a ride.
We're good, thanks.
All right, not gonna ask twice.
You wanna go in? You wanna go hop in?
You can get in if you want. Let's go. Protect that camera. Going back to the clubhouse, right?
We welcome you back to Pinehurst No.2 for the 125th North and South Amateur Championship and Championship Golf Network's exclusive final round coverage. We are currently in a weather delay here at Pinehurst No.2. Final round coverage of Jazzy Roberts, Mackenzie Lee in the women's side, and of course the men, Tyler Watts, Carlos Astiasaran, will continue as soon as we get an update here from Pinehurst, North Carolina. In the meantime, please stay tuned and check back on CGN for future updates.
Carlos, you don't restore anything. You just put. I like your sense of humor, though. Did you leave the ball there?
After a long weather delay, we welcome you back to Pinehurst, North Carolina, here on the Championship Golf Network's exclusive coverage of the 125th North and South Amateur Championship, with Carlos Astiasaran and Tyler Watts tied currently in this final round match on the men's side through 5 holes. And Carlos in the bunker here on 6. Kendall Lewis alongside Nick Gismondi here with you on CGN. Tough shot here.
Beautifully played. That's going to come back a little bit towards the hole. He caught that on the perfect flat there, and that is a very difficult shot if you've never been to this course or played these greens. But if you thought that one was tricky, how about Tyler Watts, who got a smidge of a break because he plugged in that deep grass on that green side. We had thought that he might have gone in there, but he ends up staying up topside.
We've got Taft Gant, who is on the course. Taft, tell us a little bit more about this lie that Tyler's facing. We'll get back to Taft here in just a moment. Good little chip out of that lie right there.
What a shot. And that is Tyler Watts doing some Tyler Watts type stuff. He's been magical these last few weeks, and he's been magical this week here at Pinehurst. So we saw him chip in for eagle on the long par 5 just a hole ago, and this looked like he was going to be in a difficult spot and be fighting to get up and down for par, but an absolute beautiful chip after a very tough plugged ball on that green side lie. He might have actually benefited from that rain delay because they marked their balls, so it might not have been as bad as it was before. But Carlos will have this opportunity for his par putt. It's definitely further than where Tyler is. He had to come out of that sand.
Carlos ranked 81th nationally in the NCAA this past year at Pacific.
Oh, and that green is just quick, even with the rain that we had come down. Not a significant amount, but there was definitely some precipitation. So I thought that putt might be a little bit slower, moderately flat putt, but that one blew by the hole. It's got a little bit of a tester there for par.
Let's go back to Taft Gant on the green now.
Watts 3 and wins the hole and is now 1 up.
So Tyler Watts wins the hole and is now 1 up through 6 on Carlos Astiasaran. And those two make their way to the 7th here at Pinehurst No.2. Par 4 that plays just over 420 some yards. We'll go back to this par 3 6th, playing 170 today for the women. And this is Mackenzie Lee on the tee here at 6. Mackenzie, an all-ACC selection this year. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast an honorable mention All-American by Golf Week. 71.31 scoring average this year for the Mustangs. That was good for 36th in the country. Has been an absolute dynamic player at the collegiate level.
Midwood for Mackenzie Lee. Likes the swing, goes for the quick tee pickup. And there it is, nice. You'll put that just about pin high right side. Lands it on that same flat. That's about where we saw Asteracino put that initial shot out of the bunker just a minute ago.
Yeah, beautifully played there. And Roberts staring this one down.
Likes it, club twirl.
Oh, another great shot. Will it hold up just on top of that ridge? So both on the dance floor for a look at birdie. And here's Astiasaran on the tee.
Astiasaran likes it. Quick reaction.
Yeah, really press send.
Oh, right down the middle. Perfect shot.
Yeah, splits the middle. Does Carlos Astiasaran, who will make his way up the 7th fairway here at Pinehurst. This hole playing just over 400 yards today. We mentioned Carlos Astiasaran, the co-WCC Player of the Year this past season, but heading to play for Vanderbilt with 2 years of eligibility left. So he is one to keep your eye on. Recently, just won the 97th Mexican National Amateur Championship at Guadalajara Country Club, posting rounds of 70, 67, 72, and 68. Oh, this is a kid that to keep your eye on in the coming years as he makes his way into a professional golf career, but his amateur career has been outstanding. And currently 1 down to Tyler Watts here through 6 holes.
Well, we'll see if any more weather comes in. It looks like it's going to be pretty clear for now, Kendall, but obviously the sky's a little dark. It's looking up from where it was yesterday afternoon about this time, so they can I feel like both of these matches are, the way these two are playing, could potentially go the distance. So now you're just going to try to not battle darkness.
Yeah, Tyler Watts, as we mentioned, 1 up. He is a rising high school senior from Huntsville, Alabama, verbally committed to Tennessee already. An incredible junior career. Just won the Susquehanna Amateur a few weeks ago in Pennsylvania that Championship Golf Network provided coverage for. So as we were joking before, he really likes the CGN spotlight, if you will. Currently 1 up as we go back to the par 3 6th. On the green, this is Jazzy Roberts.
Big long putt there for Jazzy. And it is quick at the hole. She somehow manages to die that perfectly.
Good speed from Jazzy Roberts, who our CGN crew got an interview mid-round at the weather delay when she was 1 down through 4 up at the clubhouse. She has been in this spot before. And Mackenzie Lee, we talked about at SMU this year, 23 of her 35 rounds at or under par during the season, including a streak of 10 under par at one point this year. Slippery putt coming right here.
Well, this pin is right on the edge of a pretty significant downslope. Not major, but you've got to be careful with this. Got to get it to the hole. And that'll just burn the edge. You can tell both are trying to figure out the speeds again, and we saw it with the gentleman as well, Tyler and Carlos. That rain affected things a little bit. I think these greens are playing a smidge different than they did when they teed off at 1 o'clock.
Good putt coming back for Lee.
No stress there.
Still a little bit of work left for Jazzy Roberts here at the par 3 6th.
Yeah, those are gimmies in my book.
And they have the hole. That's clutch coming back. Well, Mackenzie Lee stays 1 up through 6 holes as we go to the 7th here with Astiasaran in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, he's got about 111, it looks like, from here. Difficult to tell exactly where he's at, but a high lofted club. This one is deep. That pin's up in the back. I think he's put that right in about the middle of the green.
Yeah, middle of the green for Astiasaran.
Long putt for birdie.
Let's go to Taft Gant on course, who is following.
Keep walking.
We're walking up the 7th fairway now as Tyler Watts is 1 up. He has had Tyler Watts has had quite the up and down round here in this round. He lost the 4th hole and then has won the last 2, so he's now 1 up. I don't think they can hear me. Send it back. We're gonna go back to Kendall.
I'll continue. How much does that camera weigh?
40 pounds.
It looks like I can see you.
To walk around this facility.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Taft, what are you seeing on this putt coming from Carlos Astiasaran?
Yeah, Carlos is going to have a long left to right putt here. He's going to need to put it close and hope that Watts can't make a par, or else he's going to keep this win streak going and go 2 up. It's just tough because they want me to read that putt, but I can't read it back here.
Beautifully done. As Taft said, that was slippery.
Yeah, excellent speed there for Carlos Astiasaran. And now
that's the best you could hope for out of that, Kendall. I mean, truthfully, because right after that pin, that starts to fall hard off to the left. So he couldn't blow that by. He needed to keep that tight. And actually, when he hit it, I thought he might be in trouble, but it slowed down towards the hole a little bit right there. It was a beautiful putt. This one for Tyler a little bit shorter, but it's gonna trickle around on relatively the same lie. Just after the hole, there's that. The hole is on a little bit of a plateau, but then it's going to fall off just after that. Not super significantly, but if it does catch that slope, it'll run a while.
And Tyler got a little bit of a read from Carlos there for birdie here at 7. Just a little short.
Yeah, he's afraid of that. That's where you're going to run into problems. But he'll pick that one up, a gimme indeed, and they will move on from 7. They will get set for the par 4 8th, just short of 500 today.
Mackenzie Lee in the fairway here at 7. At 7 is an interesting hole. The sharpness of this dogleg right. It was a tricky tee shot, but Lee found the fairway. And then you look at this green that is heavily guarded by bunkers right and left. Really no bailout area here on this second shot for Mackenzie Lee.
And she's got a wood in her hand here, Kendall. Can't tell exactly how far back she is, but a light wood, so maybe she's got just a little over 180 to that green. Not sure what the play here is. Gorgeous swing. Likes it, doesn't love it. Yeah, that was too much club. She's put that over the green, and that, you want to talk about a tough chip coming back. I mean, that is significantly sloping. She's left herself a tough shot there. I'd love to know what the thinking was with a long wood there.
Door open for Roberts here. That looks short in the bunker.
Yeah, I believe that might have just caught the bunker in front. So a tale of two very different second shots from Jazzy Roberts and Mackenzie Lee as we go back out to the tee now on 8 for Carlos. And Kendall, that shot off the tee, it looks tight and narrow, and it is when you're standing out there. And the television does a decent amount of justice, and a beautiful drive by Carlos Astiasaran, who puts it right in the middle. So the gentlemen are off the tee on number 8, but you stand out there on those tee boxes, especially when you're all the way back like the gentlemen are today, and it is intimidating. I mean, I would need a chainsaw in the back.
Well, and this is one of the longer par 4s on the golf course, playing 502 today for the men. It is a challenge, and of course, you really can't miss the fairways out here at Pinehurst No.2, but number 8, certainly a challenge on the women's side. It's a par 5 at 469 today. You get a overview of the hole. Great job by our production crew bringing you these aerial views hole by hole today, but this 8th, tricky tee shot. And as we mentioned, a par 4 for the men over 502 yards. And really, your only viable miss on your second shot is pin high left. Or short left, I should say. Pin high left and right are a nightmare. These two have split the fairway here at 8.
Good drives for sure. It's the second shot. I mean, the first shot's intimidating. The second shot is precision. And again, the common theme here, as anybody that hasn't been to Pinehurst No.2 can understand, is that take a mixing bowl or a cereal bowl and flip it over, and that's basically what these greens are.
Let's go back down on the course with Taft Gant, who is on number 8 right now with Carlos Astiazaran and Tyler Watts.
All right, as we are walking up the 8th fairway of this men's match, it's quite the up and down match, not even to include the weather delay, but Tyler Watts, who chipped in for eagle on the 5th hole, that was to tie the match. He now has a lead as we go up to the 8th fairway. This par 5 is one of the hardest holes on the course, but it will be reachable depending on their lie.
Watts 1 up through 7 holes so far. As we mentioned, went 19 under par a few weeks ago in Pennsylvania at the Susquehanna Amateur. And you think about this week, these players began on Tuesday, 2 days of stroke play, and then they've had 3 consecutive days of match play, 2 18-hole matches per day. So they've been playing roughly right at 36 holes per day, depending on how long those matches went. Carlos Astiazaran will be first to play from the fairway, and you take a look, great shot by our camera crew there.
He got lucky there, that ball, and we will go back to Taft and see if he can get some info for us. I do not know if it's lift clean in place right now with all of the rain that has come in. That ball for Astiazaran definitely has some mud on it. You saw the divot that was right next to him, and you could see the ball. Great job by our crew. That's got a little bit of mud on it, so he'll take that into consideration. And Taft standing by with hopefully a little bit of insight on that. Taft, what do you got, bud?
Yeah, guys, it's wet out here right now after that storm that just rolled through. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of mud on the ball for Astiazaran as he hits this, but he's still, with wood in hand, thinks that he can reach the green. Check that. That would be an iron that he's playing here.
Thanks, Taft. A good shot in there by Astiazaran as he funnels it in the center of the green, just beneath the bowl.
Yeah, he only had about a 160-yard shot there. Nice iron, and that'll bring up Tyler Watts. His ball does not look like it plugged or has any mud on it, and he's got a very similar shot here. It's a little over 100 in. Great swing.
After a monster drive,
Beautiful.
Watts drops it in there close. A clean look at birdie here at the 8th.
Little English on that one. That hit and stayed. Nice spinny wedge.
Nick, you mentioned it would be not a ton of rain that came through in that weather delay, but just enough to maybe soften it up for shots like that. And a good look at birdie and a chance for Tyler Watts, who went 66-70 in his first 2 rounds earlier this week at number 7, and then number 2 in the stroke play is the 4 seed in this match coming in.
I think you're right, buddy. I think it's just enough amount of rain on this golf course to kind of just mellow it out a little bit. And players certainly will enjoy that because these greens, when they are running hard and fast, become even more difficult than they already are. And witnessed by that wedge shot there, that just stuck and stayed.
We go back to the tee, hole 8. This is a par 5 for the women. Here's Mackenzie Lee.
Likes it. Goes for the quick tee pick up before the ball even lands. That should be right down the middle, maybe trending a little bit towards the right side of center, but she'll be just fine right there. Oh, no, actually cut the middle right down the pipe. Beautiful shot. And here's Jazzy Roberts.
This one drifting a little left.
She took a good look at that one.
Oh,
I think she's found the scrub / waist a little bit off the left there. Tons of spotters. They do have their eye on it, but that is just a toss-up in terms of what kind of a lie you're going to get in there.
Jazzy 2 down and a little bit of a test out of the fairway here at 8. And we're going to go back to the green here at 8.
Well, they found that ball. And that's either a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah. Carlos Astiasaran will be away here on the 8th green.
Both are in pretty good shape here. These are relatively flat putts, maybe just a little bit of movement. But all in, this is not a super difficult situation. But Taft has got the bird's eye view on it because he's standing by greenside on 8th.
And this is one of the toughest greens out here at number 2. It dramatically slopes from back to front, and that's exactly what Carlos is going to see on this putt. All up it. Gives it a good whack. It's going from left to right, and it's going to stay left, but not bad. He's going to like that for a tap in par, although it opens the door for Watts if he can make this birdie putt.
Really good roll right there.
Nice easy tap in. As you said, that one had a little bit of slope at the end if he would have gone by it. Both of these players, smart to put the ball on that plateau on the very top. See what Tyler's got here. This one also same, pretty relatively flat putt. Might move a little bit just to the left on him.
Tyler Watts with about 12 feet and a chance to go 2 up in this match.
Oh, moved a lot left on him at the end there. I knew it was going to come a smidge left, but that one just snapped right at the cup. Not a bad putt.
A good try at it for Tyler Watts, who remains 1 up through 8. We'll go back to the fairway here momentarily with Mackenzie Lee, who will be first to play. Maybe.
Maybe. I think
Jazzy Roberts is in the rough stuff.
I think Jazzy might be looking for a ruling of some kind.
Roberts is 2 down through 7 holes. And, you know, Nick, you don't want to call it a must-win hole right now, but she is slowly running out of time here. And Mackenzie Lee splitting fairways.
And so, Kendall, you've played this golf course. The problem with these waste bunkers on the left and the right are that those tufts of grass that you see, they're so robust at the base of them. So if that ball rolls through the white sand and comes up against one of those tufts, getting a club on it and making contact without hurting your wrist is a difficult thing. But it looks like it will be Mackenzie Lee to play first. She's got a low wood in her hand. That's going to be right. Saw it right off the club face. Doesn't like it, and right is not where you want to be on this green.
No, and if it's pin high, that is going to be a nightmare chip for Mackenzie Lee.
So a little bit of a window perhaps here. We don't know where Lee's shot ended up, and it doesn't look like Jazzy Roberts is up against a tuff, but she's going to have to hit something with enough loft to get it out of that.
Oh, it's a bullet that came out hot.
Shot.
Great shot from Roberts out of that stuff. Will it run up there? Maybe just short.
I think it's short and a little bit left, but with the lie that she had there, Kendall, you can't argue with that.
We go to the tee at 9. Carlos Astiasaran.
Par 3, just over 190. Probably about an 8-iron. Look at the slope on this green, and that's just got to stay right there.
Great shot.
Oh, be good.
Might have just funneled off that false front on the right side, but Astiasaran inches from having that on the top of the ridge and maybe funneling down towards the hole.
So 2-tier green here on this one, with the significance in the slope right in the middle, dividing the two plateaus, right? So on that left side, a lot more room, but on a championship day, it's on that right, and it's just such a small landing area and incredibly drastic drop-off, all pushing the ball to the right-hand side and down. But drastic drop-off out front, back, left, center, everywhere.
Carlos Astiasaran, he won 2 collegiate tournaments this past year at Pacific, as we mentioned, was the co-WCC Player of the Year, a 69.51 scoring average, and that was enough to claim the record in Pacific men's golf history for single-season scoring average. And now he's taken his talents to Vanderbilt, if you will, with 2 years of eligibility left. We talked about his amateur career has just been insane. A 54-hole low score of 13 under par, 200, which was set at the Alistair McKenzie Invitational this past season. And here he is walking the grounds of Pinehurst No.2 in the final pairing with a chance at one of the most historic amateur championships across the world. And we'll go back to Taft with more.
Yeah, Kendall, the Pinehurst No.2 course is showing its teeth here on the par 3 night, as both of those shots hit the green but rolled off right. Looks like Carlos is going to be away, but both balls pretty much right beside each other after 2 very, very similar shots. They're looking into the grain on this chip as the green slopes all the way down to the right from the tee, and they're both going to have testy chips here. And let's do a little closest to the pin challenge. How about that, Kendall?
Oh, closest to the pin. $5, Kendall. We'll go hit this shot later today.
couldn't have placed him any closer, right? Pinehurst No.2 can certainly show its teeth, as Taft was mentioning.
Well, it's going to be a nice little lesson here. This is a good situation for Tyler Watts to be in, because Astiasaran has to go first. But this is a deadly chip. TV's not doing it justice. It is a significant slope, and you can see the 2 tiers. That's on that far right side on the lowermost plateau, and then that drastic spine that you see in the middle just beyond the pin. He's going to have to land this basically at the pin, knowing that if he gets it past, he's going to catch that slope and it'll come back towards
him. Well, just a touch long, but
that's all right. That's all right. That'll be a relatively flat putt coming back, and that's the safe play. Short, it would have been back at his feet. Putting it right there and maybe even erring on the side of a little bit long gave him a smidge more of an opportunity, because if you went too long, that pin is right basically in the middle of that plateau. And it just beyond is that gradual slope back towards the player. So long is better than short on this chip for Tyler Watts.
Tyler Watts walking up and getting a second look at it. The youngest player to ever win the Alabama State Amateur, and he did that at the age of 15. That's a tournament that's run 109 years, so it is up there with the North and South Amateur. Watts already verbally committed to Tennessee as a rising high school senior, and here he is with his chip.
This is perfect.
Right at it. Go in. Wow. Leaves himself a tap in here at the par 3 ninth.
Pretty silky mitts for Tyler Watts. Hands like that, the kid could be a hockey player.
And Nick, this has produced a little added pressure on Carlos Astiasaran.
This putt for Astiasaran isn't necessarily a gimme, clearly, because it was not given. And he's got to think about this one. That putt is twice as long as it is because of the score in this match right now with the potential of going 2 down. It's an important putt. It's a clutch putt for him here. Not going to see much movement. Not going to see much slope. This is a relatively flat putt. Should be pretty routine for Carlos Astiasaran.
A chance to have the hole and stay 1 down.
The distance on this one is between the ears.
Oh, just missed it. So Carlos will fall 2 down through 9 holes of play here at the 125th North and South Amateur Championship.
$5 says this one goes in.
You were right about that. And they move along to the 10th, which will be an interesting par 5 over 600 yards. We'll go back to the tee box here at 9 on the women's side of things with Jazzy Roberts and Mackenzie Lee. Once again, if you're just tuning in with us, this has been an interesting match as well, with Jazzy Roberts and Mackenzie Lee. Mackenzie Lee getting off to a really nice start, but currently 1 up through 8. Had it at 2 up. And Roberts just won the 8th hole, so she will be first to play on the tee here on the par 3 ninth.
Beautiful swing. That one's going to be long. Just a little too much mustard, and that is not the chip you want coming back.
That could be a nightmare trying to come back.
That is going to be a very difficult shot. That is beyond that spine that we talked about. I can't quite get the angle on that, and we'll check in on it in a moment. She might be just far enough left where that slope won't be super drastic, but you want to leave it on the right-hand side, not left of this pin.
Oh, this hole playing 148 today for the women. Great swing from Lee there.
Likes it, too. Let's just see where this lands. It's going to be pretty tight.
All over it.
Almost jugged it.
Nearly jarred it here at the 9th. And a tap-in birdie. And Mackenzie Lee a chance to get it back to 2 up here at 9 in the North and South Amateur Championship.
Wow. What an absolute dart of a shot. We ever had a hole-in-one on CGN? Never.
We saw a greenside bunker shot get holed by Tyler Watts when we first came live today, and nearly a hole-in-one here at the 9th from Mackenzie Lee.
So just to recap, though, if you remember where we were on hole 8, it looked like that it was going to be Mackenzie Lee who was in the perfect position.
Yeah.
Jazzy Roberts was in partial trouble off to the left in the waist, but not a great second shot by Mackenzie Lee. And Jazzy Roberts ended up coming out of that with a 4.
Mackenzie Lee, 369 collegiate birdies. That is an SMU record. If you weren't with us earlier, 23 of her 35 rounds at or under par this year for the Mustangs, which garnered an all-conference selection in the ACC, SMU's first year in the Atlantic Coast Conference. And Mackenzie Lee has hit it in stride and knocked it within 2 feet here at the par 3 9th. And Jazzy Roberts over the green. We talked about that hole out from the bunker from Tyler Watts today. We'll take a second look at that. This was earlier in our match.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I told you the hands on that guy, Tyler Watts, doing Tyler Watts type things. Absolutely love it. And this chip is not going to be an easy one for Jazzy Roberts. And she basically has to make this. Got to get up there.
Gave it a good run.
She did. And that was a similar chip that we saw from Tyler and Carlos. She was just a little bit left of it. So it turned out she actually had a little bit more room to work with right there. So she'll just go ahead and pick that one up for a par. She gave the putt to Mackenzie Lee, and they will move on to the 10th.
So Mackenzie Lee gets it back to 2 up through 9 holes of play, and we move along to the 10th. Here, the middle of the fairway, Carlos Astiasaran. And this 10th hole, a par 5 playing over 600 yards today for the men.
That's a big shot off the tee.
Now, as long as Carlos Astiasaran, this is an interesting hole for him with his power. And we'll take it down to Taft Gant, who is in the fairway.
Those are 2 very impressive drives there here on the 10th hole, the longest hole on number 2. Both players have wood in hand, and that is because they have 277 into this green. We'll see if they're going to try and reach it, but if they do, they need to make sure they steer clear of the big bunker that runs along the left side of the green. Carlos will be first.
That's heading right. Trying to reach this in 2.
Yeah, I just don't know if I like that play, and I understand why, because these greens are a little bit softer, and going right keeps you out of a little bit of trouble because that left side does have that massive bunker to it, and this is one of the more relatively flatter greens, but it's going to be tough to make a good chip shot out of the scrub oak on the right.
Watts right side of the fairway with the wood as well, going at it.
Oh, boy, that is left. Big time left.
Oh, he yanked that one way left.
Absolutely yanked it. That is that. There are people over there, so hopefully they'll have a look on that one, but he is hard left.
So a weight lifted off the shoulders of Carlos Astiasaran, if you will. Could be an interesting third shot coming up for Tyler Watts. And we'll go back to the tee box here at number 10.
I mean, Watt's playing with a little bit of a comfort spot, right? He's 2 up. Don't know where that ball ended up. He could be fine over there, being beyond that bunker. And if he went beyond the green, there's some open space on 10. But, you know, for me, that play right there is when you see your partner go right and you know he's in danger, he's not going to get on the green in 3. Or he might get on the green in 3. So what? Do the same thing. Play it smart. Hit a nice little layup shot, especially with the danger that's up there. And with Watts' hands being as good as they are, the play is to just stick your wedge and get another tap in. You're not in danger of losing the hole, but now when you've put it hard left, you are in danger of losing the hole.
Mackenzie Lee will be first on the tee after nearly holing her tee shot at the par 3 ninth from 148. Lee is 2 up through 9 holes here at the North and South Amateur Championship. Thunderstorms came through about an hour and change in the Pinehurst area here in the Sandhills. These groups were 4 or 5 holes in before being called off the course. And so far, so good since being sent back out. Here's Lee. Her tee shot on 10.
That is the international sign of, well, me. That one is going to be right. I don't know if it's going to catch. It is. It's just going to roll in, but she's all right. That lie looks fine. She didn't move up against any of those bushes, so she'll have an opportunity at it there. And I think that ball that ball looks like it was just sitting up just fine.
Here's Roberts.
Pressure drive for her. Loves it, though. Goes for the tee pickup, and this one should be just down the right side of the fairway, and it is. So she'll be just fine. It's roughly right around the same distance as we saw Mackenzie Lee's shot. It'll just be a matter if she can find it. And Tyler Watts may have gotten lucky here. There could be a window, but he has definitely got some tree trouble. He's going to take a... What's he got here? It looks like he's going to take a little bit of a lower flighted shot, so he might have to punch this through. See what he does right here. But this is what I was talking about, Kendall. There's no reason to put yourself in this spot.
Right through the gap. And on the back side of the green.
Stay right there. Great shot.
About as good as you could have done from that lie in that position.
You know what? His putting has been great today. His short game has been excellent. And that was the point I was trying to make. He got lucky on this one. And I think moving forward, we'll see him make maybe some smarter choices. There's no need to be all gas, no brakes right now.
Carlos Astiasaran. Interesting lie here on his third shot here on the par 5 10th.
Tricky predicament. He might have some thick grass to deal with here. He's kind of walking around it, stepping it down a touch. And he's got to get it over that bunker. That's got a bite. Okay. All right. So both of them managed to come out of a tricky situation on a very difficult hole okay. And a moment that could have gotten away from them ends up being a putting contest now.
We'll send it greenside to Taft Gant.
And both players there showing off their ability to scramble, which is what you're going to have to do out here on number 2. They're proving why they have made it this far in the tournament to the championship match. It looks like Astiasaran is going to have the closer putt there. He really read the green well, gave it enough juice to get up that slope, which is now what Tyler Watts is going to be facing. He has a long putt completely into the grain the whole way. We'll see if he can give it a good run. Looking for birdie here, but a lot of pressure on this putt now as Astiasaran is tight. Back to you, Kendall.
Thanks, Taft. We appreciate that. Yeah, no doubt. You're certainly going to have to scramble out here at Pinehurst No.2. And these two have done just that. Tyler Watts taking it through the gap, finding a piece of the green. He's got a long and tricky putt coming up here. And then Carlos with an interesting lie will have a downhill putt coming up. Tyler Watts will be first to play. And their touch around the greens, both these guys today, Nick, have been exceptional at getting up and down. This is one of those matches that we could see come down to the final hole the way they're playing.
Yeah, and I like the putting of Tyler Watts a little bit better than I like what we're seeing from Carlos Astiasaran. But I think that's got a lot to do with just the position that these guys are in pressure-wise and what the score of the match is. This putt is really good, but it's going to be a little bit much.
Good lead from Tyler Watts. He'll have a little bit of work left.
Yeah, it's not quite a tap-in just because of the score of the match, and this is where the gamesmanship comes in a little bit, right? You find yourself in a difficult spot. You can't be giving putts that potentially could miss, especially after what happened on the last hole. So this will be interesting. Watts 2 up. That will be a most likely make for him. So if Carlos wants to make a statement, this would be the one to drain.
Interesting story on Carlos Astiasaran as well. His caddy this week here at the North and South Amateur is a local kid that just looked players up on Instagram and social media and tried to DM as many as possible. And Carlos says, hey, I need a caddy. I need someone on the bag. And here he is in the final pairing of the North and South Amateur Championship.
I like that gumption. Sign that kid up.
Oh, sweet roll, side door, you betcha.
Got it.
Carlos Astiasaran.
The confidence in his caddy as well. That was great. He kind of looked at it, was like, yeah, I knew you made that.
We got a match heading to 11 on the men's North and South Amateur Championship. We'll take it back just outside of the fairways. Mackenzie Lee here on the par 5 10th.
No problem for Mackenzie Lee on top of that pine straw. She's got a wood out of that. Not an issue at all for her. That's actually a really good spot for her to be in. She can pick that pretty clean. Obviously, first to play, though, will be Jazzy Roberts. She's pretty much just dead left across from Mackenzie Lee in that fairway there. She'll get a good look at this.
Oh, Roberts really needs this hole 2 down to make it. Uh-oh.
Aw.
Look at that.
That guy didn't even have to pay for a ticket.
Talk about.
He just wants to hang out, but he's a friendly little guy. He's just coming over to say hi. I wouldn't want to hit either. He's dashing around in front of you. I get it. You think that guy's not been used to humans for a while?
He's trying to give Jazzy Roberts some on-course advice. Give her a yardage from the middle of the fairway.
Look at this guy. There we go. That is classic. Classic Pinehurst.
He's like, okay, I'll just head over here.
Black squirrel. He's like, just leave me alone, man. It's my place. I don't have any homework done on the black squirrels here.
Here's Robert's second shot. That was on a
I think it caught that bunker.
Decent lie. Did it hang up from that bunker? Did it just trickle in is the question.
Yeah, that bunker was just a little over 200 away, about 225, and I think it just caught it. Now, this is an interesting play here by Mackenzie Lee. She's got a little bit of real estate to work with. Hitting a wood out of this, probably not an issue, but remember, it's pretty tight up and around that green. Don't be left. Doesn't like that. I think it's training right.
This is a bullet running. Is it going to check up just shy of the bunker?
Fine.
It does.
That's absolutely fine. Don't hate that shot. Out of the pine straw, not in the bunker, on the short grass. Chip it on in 3. That's an easy chip. That's about I don't know, an 88-yard chip she'll have there, and she's on the right side of it, which is perfect because this, again, remember, this green, bit of a false front, severely leaking right off that very front side, and then if you get it too long, it'll fall off the back. But that pin's in the middle of a plateau with a little bit of a downslope around it. If you see it on the right side of your screen, that's exactly where that dip starts.
Final round coverage of the 125th North and South Amateur Championship will continue right after these messages.
In this split second, your hands make all the difference. It was time for a grip to help them own the moment. Introducing Reverse Taper, technology to stabilize both hands for a more square putter face at impact. The most important split second in golf. Reverse Taper, only from Golf Pride. Respect the grip.
When your hands are consistent, you've got the confidence to take on any shot. Introducing Align Max, only from Golf Pride.
When you think back to like year 1, year 2, we're selling shirts out of the back of a car and we're doing things like that. I mean, is that really part of the process that you went through?
You know, I did so many holiday boutique sales at grade schools.
Okay.
And, you know, I'm with my buddies' moms. They're selling candles and sweaters, and I'm selling polo shirts. And they're kind of like, there's Johnny O selling his polos. I'm like, I'll show you.
When the moment gets big,
210 yards to the front.
the process takes over.
Win into off the right.
Everything is connected.
A little extra rollout.
Everything we do matters.
2 feet outside the hole.
Because when there's excellence in process,
I'll take my stance, carry the bunker.
there's excellence in performance.
We come back to you here at Pinehurst No.2 with Mackenzie Lee chipping just short on the par 5 10th here. Got a little work left after that one. It'll come back down that hill, Nick.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Don't be long of the hole on 10. And unfortunately, there'll be some work to be done there.
Big thanks to our sponsors here at the North and South Amateur Championship, including SC&S Foods. We go back to the fairway here at the par 5 10th. Astiasaran.
He didn't quite like his shoulder turn. I think that might be a little long. It will. He's going to sit on the backside there. Doesn't like that. That's going to be a tricky putt coming back. Relatively flat at the start, but drops off just beyond the pin. So, again, has to leave that one a little bit short of it. Tyler Watson, a good spot just on the left side of the fairway. Good angle to come in at this pin. He's not a fan of it. That slipped away on him also. That one's going to be deep.
Well, it spin back. It just holds up.
I think that's, yeah, I believe Tyler just went into the bunker. And I think that ball that we saw on the green was Carlos's.
That was Carlos, yeah. Ooh,
So Watts, I believe, found that bunker pin high on the right-hand side of your screen right there.
Well, we go back to 10 on the green here. This is Jazzy Roberts.
And there's just those two. Oh, Jazzy Roberts.
A great roll coming back for Roberts. Wow. Clutch putting coming down the stretch here as we make the turn and make our way through the early part of this back nine at Pinehurst No.2. And Roberts still alive. We'll see if that can carry over going forward for Jazzy Roberts. Just what she needed for some confidence, Nick, after being 2 down.
Yeah, 2 down at the turn, and the wheels coming off a little bit, right? Was trying to keep it going after the great save at 8. And I think if Jazzy Roberts is the one that comes away with a victory here, 8 will be the one that was the turning point, and then including that putt there on number 10. So Mackenzie Lee, 1 up through 10 at the north and south, and the sun is out and shining, and we might have dodged that last little bit of rain.
We move along to the green here at 11. We're going to send it down to Taft Gann on the course here at number 11 with Carlos Astillero and Tyler Watts.
Yeah, Carlos has the honors here as his putt is about 25 feet, but it's a tricky one. It's going to start uphill, but then quickly track downhill towards the hole. The grain's going away from him. Tyler Watts, on the other hand, has a great look at birdie after a remarkable approach shot from 161. Astillero setting his ball down now. He's going to have to really give this one a good run, considering Watts, who is 1 up in the match, has a look at birdie.
Take a second look at this. It's a hard slope left to right.
And my mistake, and thank you so much for Taft for being on it. I thought Tyler Watts was in that bunker. So nice to know he's got a good spot there. Just hard to see sometimes where these balls are landed.
This one's got not quite enough speed for Astillero, but that's a pretty good leave. He's going to put a mark on that. And as Nick just mentioned, Watts in a good spot here and a chance to go 2 up after 11 if he can jar this.
Big putt here for Watts, especially because it looked like he didn't really like that approach shot. But he has been so steady in and around these greens. He's going to take a good long look at this putt. He knows this is a big one.
Tyler Watts currently 1 up through 10 holes.
I actually didn't stay with them. I have a sister in town. I'm just the fill-in.
Well, you mentioned still another year of high school golf. And as a matter of fact, the North and South Junior Championship going to be played here next week. Nick, you've got a nephew that's going to be in the field here at the North and South Junior Championship.
I do. Very excited. My nephew Billy Verstrati's in the field, and it's just such a pleasure watching him play his golf. And he's currently a junior. Will be a senior in high school next year in Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Is it enough? Oh,
just not enough speed for Watts.
That's a tap in, and this is another tester. This is another tester for Astillero.
And we saw Astillero miss one similar distance back on the 9th, the par 3. And this is a chance to have the hole and stay 1 down to Tyler Watts through 11.
This again is a must make for him. He's got to stay out of his own way, and at this level, this is a putt that Carlos should make. I mean, it's just outside of that distance, but it's one of those knee knockers, especially when you're down one. There you go.
Confident stroke that time. Well, we've got a match here. Tyler Watts stays 1 up through 11 as we move along to the 12th tee here on the mid side of things.
And it's fun that that Pinehurst does this event, and then right on the heels of it has the North and South Junior. This will be my second year watching it. My nephew Billy Verstrati's second year playing in it, and it's just fun to. It's fun that these kids get to enjoy this unbelievable golf experience. This event was played on number 2 and number 7. The junior event will be played on number 2 and number 8.
All incredible courses.
Oh, yes.
Jazzy Roberts from the fairway here at 11. Oh, great shot for Jazzy Roberts.
There you go. She's starting to feel it a little bit. And Mackenzie Lee, right where you want to be. Good angle at this pin. Yeah, short iron. This could be tight.
Stares it down.
Does like it. Just a little long, and it catches that. It is soft out there. I mean, she definitely caught it on that ridge there. I thought that would run a little bit more, but it bit hard.
Let's move ahead to the tee shot on 12. This fairway's got a gentle downhill slope.
Par 4, just a little shy of 500 yards. Fairway gets split in the middle a little bit there, but easily carryable.
Yeah, placement is crucial here with this slightly offset fairway, as we mentioned.
Yeah, and this green on this hole, just a little bit more forgiving as well. That flat plateau area in the middle, a little bit more generous. But as you will find out with every single hole out here, the edges get Dudley.
Here's Tyler Watts, the lefty.
Likes it. Half club twirl. Placement is everything on this golf course. Boring golf is good golf. Fairways, middle of fairways, middle of greens.
And 2-putt.
And
you'll
then
be just fine.
And you're okay. Par is okay out here. You can't start chasing tons and tons of birdies. That's not going to work out too well for you.
Hole 12. This is that part of the match with Tyler Watts 1 up through 11, where if you're Carlos Astiasaran, if you can step on the gas here, make things interesting. Tyler Watts currently with a 1-hole lead over Carlos Astiasaran. We'll take it back to the green here on number 11, where Mackenzie Lee is 1 up, and these two have both thrown their approach shots each within 12 feet.
Yeah, there's a putting contest now here for the ladies. And an important one for Mackenzie, being 1 up. Jazzy's putted well today. Mackenzie Lee will be first to go. She led her college team with a 71.31 scoring average, breaking her own SMU record for lowest single season mark this year.
Man, just short.
Just short. Tapin's not bad, though.
So door open for Jazzy Roberts.
Massive putt.
A chance to tie this back up through 11. Just burns the edges.
And she's had a decent 2025. A couple of tied for fourth, a 4th place individually.
Yeah.
6 top 10s so far this year. She's really turned on her game in 2025. Well, obviously playing most of her golf over in Australia. Her best finish being that solo 4th place at the Renee Erickson Salver tournament just a little while ago.
We take it back to hole 12, walking up the fairway. Folks, we want to thank some more of our sponsors ahead. Another big sponsor is a part of this 125th North and South Amateur Championship, as well as Avendra. And we thank all those sponsors for being a part of our CGN final round coverage. And we appreciate you from tuning in from wherever you may be today. And here's a look at that par 4 12th. We mentioned position so pivotal off the tee on this hole, and 2 really good drives from Tyler Watts and Carlos Astiasaran.
Yeah, you want to just keep it down that left side. It's got that slight dog leg to the right just after the green. And that left side dangerous with those 2 bunkers that you see. Slopes hard on that right side there, but even more so on that left. So anything off center left, it's going to find itself in that bunker. So a perfect tee shot is right down the left-hand side, just over that inlet that you see right there that sort of crops out. So right about there is where you want to be. And a nice approach shot from that left to right angle onto a plateaued green after you get over that front.
And we get a look at the lie.
And this one's fine. He's on that right-hand side. He would have preferred it to be a little bit more left, especially because he is a lefty. So he's going to have a weird foot stance, but ball's in good shape. And Taft is standing by with the gentleman.
Yeah, Tyler Watts is going to have a tricky stance here, but Astiasaran is away. He has 107 in this approach to the small 12th green.
She's about to take the phone and play herself.
Astiasaran holding the finish with this wedge, and it lands right where he wants it. A little short, asking for it to stop as it's rolling down that slope, and it does. He's going to have just over 10 feet on that birdie putt.
Thanks, Tav. You heard it right there. I tell you what, Astiasaran, Nick, about a yard from that being just perfect.
Yeah, about a yard from it being perfect and about a yard from it being down
maybe in
on
the
the front of the green, too. This is a great job by our man Taft Gann out there on the course, sweating it out. But this is a weird stance, as he mentioned, for Tyler.
Is there a mic on that?
Not that far away. You're not live.
Yeah, good job. Just keep the feet still. Look at this.
Oh, great shot.
Wonderfully done. Wonderfully done.
So pin high and a roll at it for Tyler Watts.
Yeah, and I like how composed. Tyler is. Like, even that wayward shot that went left, he stayed pretty within himself and was able to bring that back. Had a beautiful shot out of it, and now we head back out to the tee where Chazzy Roberts is ready to go.
This 12th hole playing 360 for the women here this week at the North and South Amateur Championship. And Roberts likes it a lot. Quick to pick the tee up.
Yeah.
Splits the middle of the fairway.
Beautiful shot. She tried to trend that towards the left-hand side. Smart play. Mackenzie Lee's driver has been drifting a little bit right on her, so you want to try to keep this left of where we saw Tyler Watts' ball. Simple golf here, just down the middle, fairways and greens. What an absolutely beautiful swing Mackenzie Lee has. She's not in love with it. I think she'll be all right. I do believe that is down the left-hand side. Is it just going to stay?
Maybe going to trickle in that first cut, possibly.
Maybe. I think she might be okay there, though, Kendall.
Tyler Watts with a great second shot into this green. He's got about 15 feet for birdie, and this is a chance to go 2 up on the match through 12 holes.
Oh, this would be massive. I mean, there's still a significant amount of golf to play with 6 left after this, but think about it. You go up 2 here, and you pick up 1 more, and all of a sudden, it gets tight.
Gave this a chance, just a little
too much there, Kendall, and he thought it was going to move a little bit more left on him, just wasn't able to get that done.
So Watts remains 1 up through now 12 holes of play here in the final round of the North and South Amateur Championship. We'll go back to the fairway here on the women's side of things with Mackenzie Lee, who her tee shot, we didn't know if it might have trickled into that first cut just fine under the shade. And she's got a good look into this green here. We talked about positioning being crucial on the tee shot here at 12. And
wow, strategic, too. She put it in the shade. It's good for everybody.
Cool off a little bit. 95-degree plus heat.
That little rainstorm that rolled through, made it nice for a little bit there. Cooled off a smidge.
A couple more of our sponsors. Coca-Cola, a big part of making this North and South Amateur Championship happen, as well as Golf Pride.
Well, your grips are important today. Lovely shot. That's going to be good.
Oh, Lee throws a dart here at number 12.
How about that from Mackenzie Lee? Perfect position, and that's the angle that you want in on this. You want it to be down that left-hand side, give you the most green to look at. And just fine here for Jazzy Roberts as well. There's a good swing. She likes that. That will also be good. Sit a little. Sit a little.
Oh, Roberts on the stare down. 2 incredible approach shots here at number 12. And things starting to tighten up here in the North and South Amateur Championship.
And those will be very flat putts.
We go to 13, the par 4, where Carlos Astiasaran is on the tee.
Lovely drive.
Yeah, good drive there from Carlos Astiasaran. Well, what stands out to you about this 13th hole, Nick?
Well, this one's relatively easy from the tee box. It's not as narrow. I'll let Tyler hit here. Got a lot of room to miss it right and left. This hole, doesn't like that one bit. That's going to be to the right. That's going to find the scrub oak. And as I said, you've got room. There's not any tree trouble, but you get into this difficulty, and we'll give you a look at the flyover real quick here. There's plenty of room left, and there's not any trees on this one lining the fairways like you normally, so your viewpoint from the tee box is pretty wide open. Harrowing on the right-hand side there, and just before that tree we just flew over is where it gets difficult. But it's, for me, the approach shot into this green. That bunker on the left side is deep and dangerous. The pin's going to be on the left side. You have a very narrow chute to get to. So the protection on this hole is the green complex. Those bunkers up there, not easy to get out of. And if you're in that the scrub oak on the right-hand side where I believe Tyler's ball came to a rest. That's a difficult shot because it demands a very precision number to get yourself onto that green in a safe place.
Well, this is one of the shorter par fours on the golf course as we take it back to the green for Jazzy Roberts.
Yes!
Great putt.
How about Jazzy Roberts right now?
And Mackenzie Lee threw it in there tight, has a chance to make birdie and have the hole with Roberts to stay one up.
What a pressure putt for Jazzy Roberts there. Triple the distance of what Mackenzie Lee has almost. And to drain that and now to put the pressure on Mackenzie Lee, that's a huge putt. She's going to take a real good, hard, long look at this and what otherwise would be a relatively routine putt. And she's double-checking this one because this is a relatively flat putt. This is one of the flatter greens on the golf course. Speed's everything here. Obviously, it becomes a must-make.
Lee trying to remain one up through 12 holes for birdie. Clutch to make that putt after Roberts ran one in there from distance. And Mackenzie Lee one up through 12 holes here at the North and South Amateur Championship.
Well, a big smile there for the gentleman who is on the bag caddying for her. And it's been a little bit of an up and down week for Mackenzie Lee in terms of her caddy. She had a difficult day on Wednesday, relieved the caddy of his duties during stroke play on a miscommunication about a distance that turned the score on that hole into a 9. By the way, that caddy being her father.
We'll take it down to Taft to have more here on the mid side of things here at number 13.
Thanks, Kendall. Osteoceran had a great drive that's going to put him right shy of the right greenside bunker, but Watts is the one who will have the difficult shot from the bunker, made even more difficult because of the fact that he is a lefty, so he's not going to have a great stance with this native area in his way, and the lie is decent, but it's a lot of sand under his ball. So he's going to have to pull off a Bryson DeChambeau from the 2024 U.S. Open here with a long carry from this bunker. A true challenge for the player who is one up. Back to you, Kendall.
Yeah, thanks, Taft. And we talked about this being one of the shorter par fours on the golf course, and this is one of those holes, Nick, that had a major architectural change after the 2014 U.S. Open that was played. They narrowed this fairway from 40 to 28 yards, and it has made it even more difficult, especially when you get up close to the green. And we're seeing this from Tyler Watts now, who has got an interesting stance just short of this 13th green, trying to remain one up for the match.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse, though. He's on a relatively fully sandy lie, not up against any of those tufts of grass. No pine straw interfering with it either.
I would say it's probably because I'm back here.
Takes a good punch at it. Had to get a little stabby with it.
Oh, this is going to trickle back.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I mean, that's a tough shot to get the distance right out of there on. And again, the defense for this hole is that green that all slopes towards you. The whole front half of that green is coming back at you. And on the right-hand side, you can't really hit it over there either because that's going to push it down left into the front. Now, Osteoceran saw what just happened there, so he's got to get this ball up and over the ridge. It's probably a good, 30-yard carry over that ridge that he's got to land it on, and then it's a very small plateau on the top left.
His third shot.
Absolutely perfect.
Silky smooth. And a tap-in par for Carlos Osteoceran.
Is what, yeah, like,
And if Watts is unable to hold his fourth shot coming up, we will have a tie match through 13 holes.
Wow, what an absolute clutch chip that was. You don't know how difficult that was unless you played this golf course, because you're just looking at a pure slope. And these greens are now starting to speed up a little bit. The moisture that rolled through a few hours ago has now burnt off. The sun's out there. These greens dry so quickly. This course is in just immaculate shape, the crown jewel of the Pinehurst family. And now a very difficult chip for Tyler Watts. He knows he has to hold it, so this time it's all gas, no brakes.
He holed one from a greenside bunker earlier this afternoon. Can he chip this one in?
It's a little low, and he tried. I mean, you got to do that. He was getting aggressive with it, but not much you're going to do on that one. I like the effort, but he just a little too hot-handed with that one.
How about that? So through 13 holes, Tyler Watts and Carlos Astiasaran tied up here in the 125th North and South Amateur Championship.
Another look at this chip by Astiasaran to win the hole, and he almost jarred that one. Beautifully done. Incredible hands. And now we head back to the tee where we've got Mackenzie Lee ready to go. Finished that story, grabbed her caddy out of the crowd. I believe it's a member here at Pinehurst that was happy to push the cart forward and keep her smiling.
Well, the change has paid off as she's in this final group. Tight tee shot here at 13.
Christmas might be awkward. She likes it. Quick tee pickup, and Mackenzie Lee will move on. We've already, Jazzy's already hit her shot, and everybody in pretty good shape there right in the middle.
Yeah, perfectly placed. We talked about it with the men that they made a big change in that fairway, narrowing from 40 yards wide to 28 yards wide. We move along to 14 tee where Astiasaran has the honors.
Good swing. Likes it. Partial club twirl. And again, it's get this ball down the middle. Narrows. Starts to narrow with about 160 to 137 yards in. There's just a narrow little chute right there. And these guys have the distance and the length. I think he kept that just outside of the bunker up on the right-hand side. We'll have to get a better look at it, but you can see how the curvature of the hole starts to drift a little bit right and then come back left. And right where you see that sand start, that's where the trouble is. Here's Watts.
Another good swing for Tyler Watts.
He likes that one, Kendall.
Well, this is a birdie hole if there ever were any on Pinehurst #2, and two accurate tee shots from Tyler Watts and Carlos Astiasaran as they make their way down the fairway at 14. Tied up in this match. We'll take this one back to 13 with Jazzy Roberts and Mackenzie Lee in a tightly contested match. They both hit really good drives. Mackenzie Lee currently 1-up through 12 holes in this one.
I was just going to say, Roberts' caddy was back there hanging out with Mackenzie Lee while her partner was all the way up towards the green. Can you caddy for two players opposing at the same time? I don't think you can do that. It's a good thing I was doing the broadcast with you, Kendall. I might have been on the bag there today, and it's a lot cooler in here than it is out there.
You mentioned you had a nephew in the junior championship here in the North and South next week. He may be asking you to carry the bag.
I'd be happy to. I'd be happy to. Could use the workout.
Jazzy Roberts, one down in this match, but the putter has started to get going. You feel like in these last 4 or 5 holes, Nick, from what we saw earlier on, especially before the rain delay.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so much confidence that comes with that. I mean, anybody who knows the game of golf knows how mental it is. And certainly a lot of that comes on the you're chipping and putting. And you can drive the ball well, but you really gotta, if you're going to win tournaments, if you're going to be one of the elites, then it really does come down to how well you can chip the ball and how well you can putt the ball. And right now, Jazzy Roberts has been exquisite in that area. Mackenzie Lee has had some very nice putts as well. These two are both playing very tightly. We'll see what she does with this shot here. Not a bad one here. Probably just about 125 yards in, 130.
Oh, great shot from Mackenzie Lee from 57 yards out. We'll have a little bit of work left here at 13.
Those greens are definitely holding.
We mentioned that rain delay earlier on. It softened them up just enough to hold, but Nick, you made a great comment. That sun out and beaming down. It is hot and humid here in Pinehurst. Temperatures at 95 degrees. And Roberts in the greenside bunker here at 13.
What an out.
Great out. Go in.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, we almost witnessed our second hole out from a greenside bunker today. And a tap in for Jazzy Roberts.
Mackenzie Lee will just pick it up for her and toss it back. That almost went in. What a beautiful shot. And now a pressure putt that's just outside for Mackenzie Lee. Has to make this one. That's a little longer than I thought. I can't quite tell where the hole is. I know that obviously Jazzy's holding the flag stick there, but this is a decent putt she's got to make here. 20-footer maybe?
Oh, Lee, you betcha.
What an answer.
Talk about clutch. Mackenzie Lee, and the flat stick is working here at Pinehurst.
Oh, my goodness. What a match between these two.
Let's go back to 14, just shy of the bunker. Carlos Astiasaran and Tyler Watts tied up. Taft Gant has more from the fairway.
Astiasaran just shy of the bunker on the left side of the fairway, but he has a long iron coming in. 193 yards to the pin. The righty confidently steps up to the ball. He birdied this hole in the semifinal match. He got all of that one. It's drawing towards the pin. Let's see if he can get up on that turtleback. It does. It is tracking towards the pin. He's going to really like that one. About 20 feet right with a birdie putt. A confident Tyler Watts approached this bomb off the tee. He only has 170 coming in, which is a great drive. The lefty approaches his ball now all square. This is the first hole he's played without a lead on this back nine. Watts also birdied this hole in the semifinal match, and he loves that shot. Right at the pin. Lands just left of it. He also has a good look for birdie. Two impressive shots by these young men. Back to you, Kendall.
Yeah, two really good approach shots there from Tyler Watts and Carlos Astiasaran. And Taft, you mentioned it, with Watts defeating Trevor Gostkowski earlier today, who plays for the Florida Gators. That was an interesting match earlier on. And then Carlos Astiasaran, a guy that has been a bit of a Cinderella story this week, is a 31 seed, taking down Luke Colton, who is also heading to play his college golf at Vanderbilt. Those two are going to be teammates next year. Astiasaran punching his ticket into the finals this afternoon. We'll take it back to the tee box with Mackenzie Lee on 14. An interesting match here, as she will have the honors.
Yeah, beautiful birdie putts for both of them on that last hole after an incredible chip. by Jazzy. Again, narrow fairway here. You can see it from the tee box. Not too much trouble visually. You've just got to be very accurate with your driver. All right, good swing there. She likes it. Quick to pick the tee up, and that should be right in the center, split in the middle of the fairway. Yep, perfect shot.
A great drive from Mackenzie Lee, who is 2 up through 13. Pressure on Jazzy Roberts here with this tee shot.
And she's been good off the tee. Yep, okay, that'll be a little bit right of center, I believe, and it could be a smidge longer than Lee's.
Two perfectly placed drives into this par 4 14th. It's playing just over 400 yards for the women this week at the North and South. We go up to the green with 2 birdie putts coming for Tyler Watts and Carlos Astiasaran here at the 14th. We talked about this match and these two, what it took earlier this morning. They had to come back out at 6:30 a.m. to finish their quarterfinal matches from yesterday and then turn around and play a semifinal match. And now trying to hoist the 2025 North and South as we take it back to Taft Gant, who's greenside.
Thanks, Kendall. Astiasaran has a slippery putt here on the 14th green. It's going to go from right to left, but it's going to come off the face quick. About 20 feet for this birdie putt. Looking to follow up his birdie on the last hole with another. He gave that one enough roll, just misses off the right side, but only about 1 foot coming back for that par putt. He's going to get waved off from Watts and say, that is good. So Watts now with a chance to get back to 1 up. Back to you, Kendall.
Yeah, thanks, Taft. Tyler Watts a chance to go back up on top here. Taft made an interesting point when these two were hitting their second shots. This is the first hole that Watts has had to play without the lead. We are tied through 13. Can he retake it here?
This is a tricky one. This is going to have some move to it.
Good speed for Watts.
Yeah, but you see what Taft was talking about and what I was just saying as well. That's got a lot more break to the right than where you think it does. And this is the time of day, not to get too in the weeds, literally and figuratively, but you got to really take a look at where that sun's at in the sky, because that grass is going to start to move a little bit, and it's going to be slicker than you think. That sun is off of their right-hand side, so all of that grass is moving to the right. So if you've got a left-to-right putt on these kinds of greens, that's going to move on you a little bit, and that's what we saw right there.
So we stay tied through 14 as they move along to the par 3 15th coming up here with this, which is an interesting hole. 15, one that is particularly intimidating as they make their way up to the tee box. All square in the match, and we go back to the middle of the fairway on 14 with Mackenzie Lee with an iron in hand.
Yeah, just a little short of 200, I believe, where she's at in relation here. Oh, great shot. That should be just fine. Catch the front. Oh, too much.
That's going to funnel
She luckily hit it in the spot where there's the least amount of slope on the left side of that green. The right side is significantly more slopey.
Watch this. Backswing could be altered here from Jazzy Roberts in the brush.
Or boy, she might have caught that a smidge heavy.
Get up there. Wow. Beauty.
Oh, really good shot out of that lie, it appears. Wow, finds a piece of the green, and she's got a birdie putt here at the 14th.
Well done there.
Back to the par 3, 15th.
Front side of the screen, severely sloped. Get your number right. Make sure you're not short. Just a little over a 200-yard shot for the men today.
Oh, great shot from Carlos Astiasaran.
Yep, that will work.
This 15th playing right at 185. Tyler Watts next to play.
Checks the wind. Not much going on there. Just maybe a smidge of a breeze. Nothing overly drastic. Probably about an easy 7 here for Watts. Oh, yes.
Another really good shot.
If it does stay, wonderfully done. And he's got himself inside there. So a putting contest again between Astiasaran and Tyler Watts as he continues to keep the pressure on. The young man, as we mentioned, a senior in high school, very composed this entire week. Had a chance to speak with him just a little bit yesterday, but boy, talk about collected and calm. What a professional. Nice young man also. Very nice young man.
Yeah, does a terrific job, as we mentioned, winning the Susquehanna Amateur Championship in Pennsylvania a few weeks ago right here on the Championship Golf Network. And we take it back to 14. This is Mackenzie Lee just off the green.
This was going to be a difficult chip, and it's an uphill chip that's going to move again, remember, to the right more than what they think. So she's put herself in a good spot there, but she's got pretty much the exact same putt that Tyler Watts just had. So let's see if she reads that a little bit better. Remember, Watts' putt broke very hard right at the very end. So you got to start this one probably about a good, I don't know, cup outside left. And then here's this putt for Jazzy Roberts.
This is a chance to get one back on Lee.
This one could move a little bit left. Got it. Oh,
great speed from Jazzy Roberts.
Just short.
She'll pick that up. And pressure-packed putt coming from Mackenzie Lee right here.
Yep. And again, we've seen this putt. We just saw it. So she's going to take a look at it. Feel like it's exactly the same angle. We'll get another look at it here in just a second, but this one's going to move right. You can see the slope and the grain there of the green.
This putt for Lee to remain 2 up.
Again, that sun off to the right side of her. You see the long shadow behind her. There's that turn right. She's got it.
You betcha. Mackenzie Lee does it again. Sneaks it in the side door and remains 2 up through 14 holes here at the North and South Amateur Championship.
Lovely putt. Absolutely lovely. Read it better. And drains one. These two have been toe to toe.
Back on the green at 15. We'll take it to Taft Gant.
Two very impressive shots on this long par 3 15th. Kendall and Nick, let me remind you, both Bryson DeChambeau and Rory McIlroy bogeyed this hole on the final round of the U.S. Open last year. Now, Watts and Ostiasarin have birdie looks. Ostiasarin is first. His putt about 10 feet, slight break from right to left. Did not like it off the face. He's going to tap for par, but that was not Ostiasarin's best effort, and it opens the door for Watts to retake his lead. I'll toss it back to you, Kendall.
I appreciate that, Taft. Yeah, great point alluding to Bryson DeChambeau, Rory McIlroy. I had the privilege to call this North and South a year ago. The grandstands were still up on this course. We were here a week and a half after the U.S. Open. And speaking of, the U.S. Open will come back to Pinehurst No.2 in 2029. And they've already got other dates set for 2037 and 2041 as well. And I think this is the perfect place for a U.S. Open.
It's a cathedral for golf. It really is. And I said that earlier about the legends and the things and the history of this place and just walking onto property. It's my second time here in Pinehurst, and every single time you just take it in. You feel like you're in the footsteps of giants. Watts for birdie. Yep.
You betcha. Tyler Watts, smooth stroke here at the 15th, and he's one up.
Something that young golfers can take into account here. Watch Tyler Watts' body language, right? 17, 18 years old, young man. No emotion. If you didn't know what that putt was for, that's the exact same reaction if he bogeys or if he birdies. There's no over-the-top emotion. There's no change in his step. He's just steady. And if you watch him, there's not much emotion there. And to be able to control that at this young of an age is probably one of the most crucial aspects of his game and why he's doing so well.
And no doubt about it. Folks, remember, he still has another year of high school. As we told you before, he's already verbally committed to play for the Tennessee Volunteers in the SEC out of Huntsville, Alabama. But we're going to take it back to the tee box on 15 where Mackenzie Lee is set to play.
Tight match between these two. Beautiful shot here. This one might be just a little long of the pin, but that is a putt for birdie, and that will hold on. So going right after it. Love to see the aggression.
Jazzy Roberts will not go away in this match. Mackenzie Lee has made some clutch putts the last few holes. Good shot for Roberts. So 2 birdie putts coming for Lee and Roberts.
Different putts, though. Very different putts. Tee box on 16. Watts one up, first to play. Likes it right down the middle. Par 4, playing just over 536 yards. I don't know if that found the scrub oak or not. He reacted like it was right down the pipe, but I can't see exactly where that shot went.
Carlos Ostiasarin will be on the tee, one down. Here on 16. See him with his Vanderbilt gear on. That's where he's heading to play with 2 years of eligibility left, his final 2 seasons.
Likes that one. That's just safe down the left-hand side. Maybe the first cut. Can't tell with the shadows, but he's on green grass down the left.
All in all, 2 great tee shots there on 16 from Watts and Roberts.
I didn't have a clear eye on Watts's, so I'm pretty sure he's okay. He was looking a little bit left, but we'll take a look.
Now here's a look at that long par 4 16th that poses some challenge. You see fairway bunkers and, of course, the native areas along the right and left sides of this. This is the second par 5 that was turned to par 4 in one of their longest 2-shot holes here at Pinehurst No.2. It's interesting. We talk about the changes going all the way back over the course of the last decade when they had the 2014 U.S. Open here. And this hole has had some changes made, and a unique challenge when you think about a match that is 1 hole difference entering the final stretch of holes. One of our other key sponsors today in the North and South Amateur Championship, Johnny O, who we'd like to thank, along with Jones, for being proud sponsors of this 125th North and South Amateur Championship. Jazzy Roberts with a birdie putt here on 15.
Big long one. She make another one just off to the left-hand side. And that rolled.
Yes. A little bit of real estate coming back for Jazzy Roberts. Roberts has really made some nice runs at birdie on this back 9. Remember, Mackenzie Lee has made a couple of really big putts to maintain a 2-up lead.
Well, this one would be massive. This is the biggest putt of the day for her if this goes in.
She did it again.
Oh,
wow.
Goodness.
Mackenzie Lee, 3 up through 15. Can she end it on number 16?
I was just going to say, this just got real. That was that putt, the difference in that hole right there. Incredible. You're either 2 up with 3 to play, 3 up with 3 to play, and if you lose that hole, now you're only 1 up with. I mean, just the incredible dichotomy of the change there.
And Mackenzie Lee trying to follow up Katie Craig, who won this 2024 championship, and 1 hole away from being crowned the North and South Amateur Champion with 3 left to play. And we take it up the fairway. Just left is Tyler Watts. He's got an interesting stance here, Nick, on the 16th, the long par 4.
Yeah, partner, see, this is what I was worried about. I thought he leaked into that onto the left. Now, Osteosarin in good shape, but a tricky one here for the lefty. He's going to have to really try to find a way to work this through. Let's go to Taft.
Tyler Watts, coming off that clutch birdie putt to go 1 up, now has a tricky second at the 16th. He has 204, iron in hand for the lefty. You're going to have to play this shot smart here, as there's plenty of trouble around this green. He's going to be hugging the tree line. I'm going to guess he's going to lay up. Watts plunges it through the straw. He is holding his shot, asking for it to go, and it does. It lands on the green, over to the left. He's going to give himself a great look for birdie. Put the pressure on Osteosarin, who is now 1 down. But in the middle of the fairway, he has a good look to put this one tight. And Kendall and Nick, let me remind you, this all feels like overtime for these guys, who both closed out their semifinal matches on the 15th hole. And going all the way back to this morning in their quarterfinal matches, neither one of them had to go to the 16th hole to finish their match because they've just been playing so strong. Kendall, let's send it back to you for this second from Osteosarin.
Here's Astiasaran from the fairway.
Yeah, likes this. Had a good lie on it. Oh, it should be just about pin high.
Oh, great shot. Couple of birdie looks here at the par 4 16th. And Tyler Watts trying to remain one up on the match.
So Astiasaran's shot did just release a little bit, so it's the one on the farther right. Watts is a little bit tighter, but yes, both with good birdie looks. Now that putt for Astiasaran is going to be pretty slick coming down that hill. You just get her going a little bit. You might just have to breathe on that one.
Well, Mackenzie Lee with another clutch putt back at the 15th, his first to play here on her tee shot at 16. And this one playing 478, a par 5 for the women.
Well, and she's won 2 of her last 3 holes and can close it out here with this one.
Great swing. Will it hold up?
Yeah, that's just down the left-hand side a little bit. That might, I think it has barely just trickled in to some of the brush on the left.
Could be an interesting lie and stance on the second shot for Mackenzie Lee. Must-win hole for Jazzy Roberts, who's on the tee.
Likes it.
Yeah, great shot. Right down the center.
Yeah, that one's okay.
Yeah, you look at this. Roberts 3 down. And she's played well on this backside. Mackenzie Lee has just made everything from about 9 on.
Yeah, partner. She's just been nails. I mean, but listen, this match has been close. I mean, the front 9 closed out with Lee just up 2. She shot up 36. Jazzy Roberts a respectable 38. But then it was throttle down time for Jazzy Roberts. She got it back to 1 on 10. They pushed 11, pushed 12, and then the last 3 holes have all been Mackenzie Lee, winning 13, pushing 14, and taking 15.
We go up to 16 green with Tyler Watts and Carlos Astiasaran. Watts 1 up.
That's for birdie after a great punch shot out of the scrub.
You think how tightly contested this match between Watts and Astiasaran has been all day today, Nick, and then you think back to the replay and the hold bunker shot early on before the weather delay that is the deciding factor right now in Watts being 1 up. We'll take a look back at Tyler Watts' putt back on 15, where he jarred this one. You think about the level of play here at the North and South Amateur Championship. It's shots out of the bunker and putts like that that are the deciding factor when you come down the stretch of Pinehurst No.2.
Well, he's been clutch, and he's really methodical over this putt right now.
Oh, there was some concern of some afternoon thunderstorms coming through the Pinehurst area, through the sandhills of North Carolina here. But the sun is out. And temperatures blazing here in Pinehurst all week. Here's Watts with his birdie attempt.
It's going to be just shy of it. Oh, he almost had it. It moved so much more than you thought. That's such a fast putt for Watts. So a tap-in par on 16.
Another good run at it for Tyler Watts with 2 holes left to play. Carlos Astiasaran with a chance to tie this match up.
This one's got the makings of extra holes there, partner.
Let's go Taft here. He's got a read on this putt for Carlos Astiasaran.
Yeah, Kendall, this is one of the straighter putts you're going to see here at number 2 for Osteosaran. So he's surely going to give it a run. Slightly downhill, so doesn't have to put too much on it, but the door is open here to tie this match. It comes hot off the face, asking for it to go, and it just catches the low side, and Osteosaran cannot believe it. He heads to the 17th, 1 down. Back to you, Kendall.
2 holes left to play for those two, and things starting to get interesting here in the North and South Amateur Championship as they move along to hole 17. We'll go back to the fairway, or just outside of the fairway, I should say. An interesting lie for Mackenzie Lee, who could virtually end the match here on 16. 3 up through 15 holes on Jazzy Roberts.
This might be in almost the exact same spot, just a little bit more in the stuff than where we saw Tyler Watts. I wouldn't try to do anything heroic here.
Great job by our camera crew. Great camera work there, bringing you these angles, and our production crew all week long here on Championship Golf Network.
Big shot here for Mackenzie Lee. Oh, she got that out clean. Wonderfully done. Didn't take a big swing at it, so very smart election to lay up right there. Tyler Watts went for it. That's 100% the play, especially with the way she's been putting and chipping. Beautifully, well done, smart, and perfectly executed.
Roberts from the fairway.
She, on the other hand, is going for it. I think that ball might have gone to the left. Don't see it in the fairway. That ball you were looking at was Mackenzie Lee's. Big tee shot here, 17, par 3. That's Watts, up 1.
A great swing and a great result for Tyler Watts, who is on the dance floor at 17 with a birdie look.
Yep, it's a long birdie look, but it's a birdie look. Great look back at the tee box there as Carlos Osteosaran gets ready for his shot. Clutch moments for him right now. He needs to be big on these next 2 holes. Like I said, this has got the makings of extras all over it.
Osteosaran taking down Luke Colton, who is heading to play at Vanderbilt in the semis. Great shot again.
Oh, boy. Look
shot again.
Oh, boy. Kendall, that's where you normally put it, correct?
Not quite.
No, it's not right. It's not right. Pin high on the danger side.
Not quite. Folks, we'd like to remind you that some of our sponsors play a crucial fact in the North and South Amateur Championship broadcast. First, we'd like to thank Veterans Guard being a big part of Championship Golf Network's final round coverage, as well as Relay and Titleist as we come down the stretch of these final round matchups with Carlos Osteosaran, the 31 seed who has been a Cinderella story coming out of stroke play with a birdie look on 17, and now we take it back to 16. Mackenzie Lee had to lay up out of that tough lie from the rough on her second shot, hitting 3 here, trying to get this up and down. She is 3 up through 15 holes.
Yeah, proud of her. This is a smart play. I mean, this is exactly what you probably should have been doing. Nice easy wedge. Oh, it spun on her, but it just spun the wrong way. It looked like it was gonna. Oh no! There's that slope. It's gonna come all the way down on her. She had that. That was almost perfect. That was an inch from being perfect.
Wow, and it's gonna funnel all the way back down. This is the Donald Ross greens here at Pinehurst No.2. That was inches from being perfect.
I mean, that was inches from her winning the hole. Goodness gracious. She hit that probably about 90 and needed to hit it about 95.
And for Jazzy Roberts, a chance to extend this match.
A difficult opportunity at par, most certainly for Mackenzie Lee. If I'm Jazzy Roberts here, this is not. I don't have to make this shot.
And we're getting word from Bobby Goldstein here with CGN that Roberts is talking to the rules official, and we're getting word that she's getting relief just off of the green.
Okay, I do see a rake over there, I believe.
Yeah, and so she got some type of relief, and putter in hand here.
100% putt this. I mean, there's
just off the green. Yep.
There's no reason to do anything bold or I mean, again, it's match play. Your score doesn't matter. You just have to beat the other player. The other player has got a ridiculously tough attempt at par, so you can two putt this thing and win the hole. Nice and easy. Get it close. Tap in the par. Move on. If you get too aggressive with a putt like this, you run the risk of it hitting that funnel and running down. Just put this close. That's all you have to do. Give yourself a nice, snuggly second putt. Sit.
Oh, great roll.
There you go. That's exactly what you need to do.
Perfect speed for Roberts. And she's going to extend the match. Quite possibly, Mackenzie Lee, who just hit that third shot that was near perfect. It funneled down to the front of the green. We'll get back to that in just a moment. Watts has got a putt at it here on 17.
Uphill, left to right. He just burnt the edge. Oh, goodness. Nicely done by Watts. He has been the picture of steady.
And Mackenzie Lee with a beautiful shot back up the hill. And so Roberts with a putt or just a couple of feet away to get this back down to 2. And a chance to extend the match here. And Roberts does it. 2 down as we move to 17. Still life for Jazzy Roberts.
I mean, just the smart play, right? I mean, that's thinking through the golf course, knowing your opponent, realizing the situation. Like, there was no need to be bold there.
Astiasaran trying to tie this up through 17. Excellent putt, you betcha.
What a clutch putt by the young man who plays for Vanderbilt. Carlos Astiasaran with a big one there to get this tied.
Drops a bomb, folks, here at 17. We go to 18th.
I hate to say I told you so, but this, again, has the makings of extra holes written all over it, partner.
It certainly does. To the 18th tee they go, all square. We mentioned it. Carlos Astiasaran all day long just will not go away, will not be denied in this match. Tyler Watts had the lead for virtually the entire front 9, was 1 up, moved to 2 up, and Astiasaran has weathered the storm. And he will have the honors on this 18th tee shot.
Well, one of the great closing holes in golf and one of the most difficult closing greens potentially in golf. During the weather break, you and I were casually hanging out on the patio on the rocking chair, and we were dodging golf balls from a couple of the, let's say, very much amateurs on the golf course.
We take it back with Jazzy Roberts on the tee here at 17.
After a clutch win on the last hole, she's got this thing back to just 2 down. Put herself in a good spot there, but she's definitely got all the pressure right now on Jazzy Roberts. And she has been clutch throughout this match with some great putts. She's going to need to make another one. I got a feeling here, and Mackenzie Lee talking it over with her caddy, how aggressive do you be on this green?
Well, Mackenzie Lee 2 up. We're on the 17th tee.
Yeah, she doesn't want to leave it short.
She's going to change clubs.
Yeah.
And tell you what, that last hole makes you think a little bit. If you're Mackenzie Lee, you were comfortable with a 3-up lead through 15 holes. Now it's dwindled down to just 2, but trying to close this match out. That's the fun part of match play and the interesting factor here, especially at Pinehurst No.2.
I'm guessing on these clubs, that's a high wedge. I'm pretty sure it's a pitch. Maybe a 9-iron. That's got to go a little bit. All right, 2 very long, difficult putts for the ladies on 17.
Yep.
That's going to be tricky.
Back to the fairway on 18, Tyler Watts and Carlos Astiasaran. Let's go to Taft Gant with this match all square.
Putting on 17. Yeah, Kendall, 2 great drives. That last one by Watts was absolutely bombed. He was letting off some steam after losing the 17th hole. He is going to be on the left side of the fairway and have a great look into that 18th green. The crowd is starting to pick up here on a warm afternoon in Pinehurst. Golf carts everywhere, Pinehurst locals everywhere, and people are excited to see a match, a championship match that is, go to the 18th hole. Kendall, we'll send it back to you as there's lots of action here, both on the 17th green and 18 fairway.
Christine.
We'll go back to you, Kendall.
Yeah, thanks, Taft. Interesting closing hole, as we were just talking about here before. Carlos Astiasaran, just an absolute bomb on 17 to tie this thing up as we go to 18. And Nick's been saying it all day long. This could be one of those matches that comes down to extra holes. And they are all square, making their way up the 18th fairway. And you think of the memories on this hole over the years, right? With just a year ago, Bryson DeChambeau hitting that bunker shot and ended up winning the U.S. Open back in 2024. And, of course, last year in this North and South, Davis Ovard was the 2024 champion who was able to defeat Jackson Van Paris, another kid that played his college golf at Vanderbilt. So Vanderbilt over the years has produced multiple professional golfers, but, of course, great amateur players when it comes to big-time events. We talk about the North and South Amateur. It's one of the longest active running amateur championships in the world. This is the 125th anniversary of this North and South Amateur Championship, and big-time players, the likes of Davis Love III and company, have come through this event. And we'll take it back to the green. Jazzy Roberts on 17.
Just a huge putt here. Big-time sloping green. She's got some work left to do on that one. So a long one for par, about a 14-footer.
Well, Mackenzie Lee, who is 2 up.
Just, again, here, same as before, right? Just get this close.
2 putts to win this thing.
Just get it close. She has been very confident all day, though. She's going to go for it.
Oh, left it short.
Right.
And a little bit of work.
A little bit of work to do.
I tell you what, things could get really interesting if this ends up needing an 18th hole.
Yeah.
You just kind of almost feel like the momentum shifted with that putt from Roberts.
Yeah. I mean, this is a must make. Oh, and Mackenzie Lee in the background knows it too.
Great putt.
Roberts does it. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Let's go to the 18th fairway. Tyler Watts.
Safely aboard. Well done, well placed, difficult putt forthcoming, and a huge putt now for Mackenzie Lee.
A chance to win the 125th North and South Amateur Championship, about 4.5 feet. You betcha. Mackenzie Lee, your 2025 North and South Women's Amateur Champion.
Just clutch down the pipe. Absolutely well done. It's been an up and down roller coaster of a week for Mackenzie Lee. She's ultimately made decisions that were probably very difficult, but in the end, she has come out as a champion on the legendary Pinehurst No.2.
The SMU Mustang weathered the storm and had some crucial putts, including that one to cap it off here on 17, wins the match over Jazzy Roberts, who gave an incredible effort down the stretch of this back nine. But let the celebrations begin for Mackenzie Lee, who Nick mentioned had a change at caddy. Got through stroke play as the 19th seed, but really found her groove in match play and wins it here at Pinehurst No.2.
Well, that is easily one of the most comfortable walks down 18 you might ever take here.
Congratulations to Mackenzie Lee. We will hear more from her coming up later post-round here on CGN. For now, we've got a match that is all square on 18 as Tyler Watts and Carlos Astiasaran make their way up to the green. Taft Gant is greenside with this crew.
Yeah, Kendall, Watts and Astiasaran have drawn a crowd here at Pinehurst. Hundreds of people surrounding this 18th green of No.2, and they are showing that the stars are out with two incredible approach shots, both right next to each other in the middle of the fairway. A 145-yard shot, and they are both sitting pretty here on the green. Watts will have the first putt. He's got about 20 feet uphill, and it is going to snap on him right to left at the end. Astiasaran, after that birdie on 17, is 10 feet away, so he has the advantage here. He is going to be watching Watts' putt closely, not only because it's going to give him a line, but also it's going to tell him how aggressive he can be with his. Watts stalking his putt very intensively. He's going to make sure that this is his best putt of the championship.
And Carlos Astiasaran making that big putt to tie this thing up. And now, as you heard Taft mention it, Nick, he gets a little bit of a read off Tyler Watts here on 18.
Yeah, he does. And this is an uphill putt. This green is so funny. It's got such a false front. It's almost, when you look at it from the clubhouse and you can see the beautiful Pinehurst No.2 clubhouse in the background there, you can this green, it just doesn't even look like a green. If it didn't have a pin in it, you wouldn't be sure it was a green. So difficult putt here, uphill, and again, it's going to move a little bit from right to left.
A little bit. They did not mention that when they called me on Thursday at midnight.
Good run by Watts.
Yeah, just didn't have the speed, but you see how it moved. You see how it moves left right there. And that's a really nice angle on it. You can see that it's just going to kind of leak on you. So it's a tap-in par on 18. Big crowd here at Pinehurst.
It's like a little song.
Looks like there's a wedding coming up later. Are you going to be at that as well, Kendall? Are we commentating the wedding later today too, or?
I think I'll be heading home.
You're going to hand home?
Yeah,
I'll
just shy of that. You handle the wedding.
I'll handle it. I thought we were going to like Vince Vaughn, Owen Wilson wedding crash that day.
A lot going on, as we mentioned. The North and South Amateur Championship. You got the North and South Junior Amateur Championship as well in just a couple of days. Carlos Asiasaran with a chance to win the North and South Amateur Championship from about 15 feet.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow. And we will play on here in the men's North and South Amateur Championship. Nick said it all afternoon. This could come to extra holes, and it is. We go to a playoff with Tyler Watts and Carlos Asiasaran here on Championship Golf Network just momentarily. And what a match this has been all afternoon. Asiasaran, who was at one point 2 down in this match, and they're all square through 18 holes, and that gallery will make their way, it looks like, to the first tee is where they will head back to begin the playoff.
It's either that or the wedding, Kendall.
Yeah, that's right. They could be making a quick stop at the wedding, but hate to interrupt the wedding, right? But we got some extra golf
to play. Just play through. You know what would be dynamic is if you make the bride and groom caddy for the opposing players, right?
Could make this thing interesting on the 125th anniversary.
Well, Tyler Watts was 2 up through 9 with a 33 on the front, and it looked like it was going to have to be a huge comeback for Asiasaran, who shot a 37 down 2. But right after that turn, they started to chip away at it, and man, what a back 9 by Asiasaran, firing a 28 to get it back to an incredible even and that win on the 18th to tie the match.
Well, and this first hole, interesting because we saw these two go iron off the tee to start the day, and that still can leave a short iron to wedge in hand. Taft Gant has more on this first hole that we begin the playoff with Tyler Watts and Carlos Asiasaran.
Extra holes, that is something neither one of these players are familiar with this championship, as both of them have taken care of their opponents well before the 18th hole, now going into overtime. And mind you, this is their 3rd match of the day, as all players on both the men's and the women's side had to finish up their quarterfinal matches early this morning around 6 a.m. and now they're still out here for the championship match. It has been a long, exhausting day, and whoever can get it done here in this playoff is going to be winded. And as you saw on that camera shot, as we approach the first green, there's actually a wedding setup. And they're getting ready for a wedding, but they had to hold off on the ceremony because of this tee shot. So imagine the stress that's going into the wedding party and the players. Just an incredible afternoon here on this Saturday in Pinehurst on the historic grounds of number 2. You have a wedding going on. You have a playoff in the championship match. Mackenzie Lee's your champion on the women's side. Who is it going to be on the men's side? So we will stay tuned. And Asiasaran really liked that shot. We'll send it back to Kendall ahead of Watts' tee shot.
This hole plays interesting for Watts, a lefty. First hole, playoff hole.
Door open.
Low little stinger, and again, you catch that downslope. We mentioned it could leave a short iron to wedge in hand. If You hit it 251 off this tee. It leaves less than 150 yards in. So Watts appeared to like that shot. And we will make our way down the fairway here at number 1 on our first playoff hole with Tyler Watts and Carlos Astiasaran. In a match that we saw an hour rain delay due to a thunderstorm that came through Pinehurst about 5 holes into this match. It wasn't until the 14th hole that Watts had to play without a lead. And Carlos Astiasaran really kept things interesting throughout the entire match. He was able to get it tied, and then through 18, they are all square.
Well, they've been very back and forth, and obviously that's a good thing. I mean, it means you got the two right guys in the playoff. I think the interesting thing here and the dynamic that impresses me most is that, Tyler Watts is the young one in this group, going up against a very formidable college golfer, established college golfer in Carlos Astiasaran. But the comeback for Astiasaran is impressive to me, just because you're battling back. You got this young buck who's not showing any emotion. He's just kind of pushing you, kind of coming down the pipe. I'm really interested to see how Astiasaran responds to this. His shot was a bit right. There's a bigger crowd following him now. Certainly Tyler Watts is used to crowds here and there, but this is a high-pressure tournament for Watts, no question about it, and it would definitely be probably one of the bigger victories in his young career.
Well, it's interesting. These two, Carlos Astiasaran has 2 years of eligibility left. He's heading to Vanderbilt. Tyler Watts still has another year of high school, but has already verbally committed to Tennessee, to SEC schools, to SEC players that will see each other again at the collegiate level for sure.
Yeah, good point.
And you talk about Tyler Watts, kid that came in ranked 6th in the Rolex AJGA rankings, a top 10 player in junior golf, is trying to close out one of the biggest amateur golf tournaments in the United States here in Pinehurst No.2 this week. And Carlos Astiasaran will be first to play in an interesting spot here.
Watts is also in an interesting spot. So both of them feeling a little pressure on that tee box, no doubt about that. I think the better of these lies is actually, I can't see that ball completely. Is that on grass or is it on dirt? I think it's a little bit of both. Both of them have interesting shots right now. Astiasaran may have the better of the two. He is playing first. That might be a tricky lie. This caddy got to be feeling it, down on one knee.
$150 yards for Carlos Astiasaran on his second shot.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Oh, he's got this clean. Got to go. Yes, sir.
Great shot.
Oh, my goodness.
Here on the first playoff hole.
Oh, my goodness.
Pressure activated on Tyler Watts, who is in the bunker here left.
That was clutch. Absolutely clutch. This is about 100 he's got about 130-ish yards from the sand. Knows that Astiasaran stuffed it. 146 from that bunker. Apologies.
Clean strike out of the bunker for Watts. Does it have enough? It's going to funnel back short. Maybe a little bit heavy for Watts out of the bunker.
First show of emotion from him as well. I don't know if he knows exactly how close that Astiasaran is. This will take another handsy clutch chip, I believe. I think that is short by Tyler Watts.
Yeah, and where that thing was funneling, it looked like it held up just above the bunker.
Yeah, I can't.
But he is the one thing that could work out with his stance is him being a lefty from where it looked like it might have held up. We'll see if we can get a different angle at that. But Astiasarin has thrown it tight here on the first playoff hole. Carlos Astiasarin, as we mentioned, a kid on the bag this week that is a local kid from Pinehurst that just direct messaged players that were in the field, letting them know that he was available. What an incredible story.
I love the gumption of it. And I mean, he's been very confident on the bag too. He's clearly knows his way around the golf course. You see the interaction between he and Astiasarin as well, and that's awesome. I mean, you need to have that partner and that interest in immediate impact and chemistry.
You get a look at the lie here.
Well, him being a lefty, might have given
certainly
him a chance.
paid off here.
Yeah, exactly.
No question about it for his third shot. And Tyler Watts, folks, as we mentioned, the youngest player ever to win the Alabama State Amateur Championship. That was back when he was 15 years old. He is a rising senior in high school. We'll send it back down to Taft Gann, who is greenside for this third shot with Tyler Watts.
Thanks, Kendall. A frustrated Tyler Watts repairs his divot on the green, but then has to track back down the turtleback green to where his ball settled into the second cut. He's going to have to chip this up out of the thick grass. He has the grain working in his face, so he's going to be able to put some sauce on this and really hope that it doesn't come back down to his feet. And a very patient Astiasarin watches on because he is just happy to be in this playoff. After a great putt on 17, we'll send it back to you, Kendall, for this chip. Third shot from Watts.
I appreciate that, Taft. Taft Gant working hard greenside with us on course all day. Interesting third here for Tyler Watts on the first playoff hole.
Well, he's chipped in once today, and this one will come up just a smidge short. So now it will be up to Astiasarin to miss a putt.
A chance for Carlos Astiasarin, who is in tight for birdie here at the first hole, which is our playoff hole. We mentioned these two are going to be future SEC foes, with Astiasarin transferring to Vanderbilt beginning in the fall, who was the WCC co-player of the year at Pacific this past season. And we'll go back to Taft again, who's got a read on this putt from Astiasarin.
Astiasarin is placing his ball down on one of the flattest putts he's had all week, about 10 feet for the championship. Kendall, take it away.
Carlos Astiasarin, as we mentioned, got it ranked 81st nationally in the NCAA this year. Set a 54-hole low score of 13 under par at the Alistair McKenzie Invitational, while at Pacific this past season. Has a chance to win one of the biggest amateur golf tournaments worldwide here in the North and South, one of the longest running for 125 years. And here's his birdie putt on the playoff hole. You betcha! Carlos Astiasarin on the playoff hole sinks it and wins the 125th North and South Amateur Championship.
Just an incredible clutch performance down the stretch for Carlos Astiasarin after finding himself in a very difficult spot to a surging young man after 9. To be able to come back like that on the back shows a lot of gumption, especially after he missed some putts that he probably should have made to not put himself in that spot on the front. truly speaks to the merit and the character of Carlos Astiasaran.
Let the celebrations begin for Carlos Astiasaran, who gets it done. A second look at the roll that caps it off here at Pinehurst No.2. And Carlos Astiasaran, your 2025 North and South Amateur Champion. Wow, a final round that had its ebbs and flows, Nick. And you think about the dramatic finish here on hole one to finish things off. And Taft Gant
will have an interview coming up shortly.
Is standing by with our champion, Carlos Astiasaran.
Thanks, Kendall. I'm here with our 2025 champion, Carlos. Congratulations, first and foremost. How did it feel to sink that putt in the first playoff hole?
Man, I think you heard it when I screamed out. I mean, it was a lot of hard work to get to this point. I mean, I haven't played a lot of elite tournaments like these, and getting my chance and playing better golf and proving to myself that I can make that putt to win a golf tournament meant a lot to me.
Well, you just proved that you are elite by winning that Elite AM Series event in epic fashion. After not making it on the 18th, how much more did you want to give that one a run and give yourself a chance for the win?
I mean, I went for the same process on 18. I thought I hit a good putt, just kind of misread it. So I was confident over it. I took an extra deep breath because obviously you could probably still see that my hands were shaking. So it was definitely a lot on the line, and it was great to see that ball rolling in.
The emotions are high, and it has been a long day. You had your quarterfinal match this morning all the way to now. Looking back on this day, how does it rank in your golf career?
I mean, it still hasn't even settled in yet, but it's definitely by far the biggest one I've ever had in my career, and my first format of this, like match play style and some stroke play, and yeah, I mean, it's great. Coming from a 9-for-2 playoff to ending up winning the golf tournament is pretty special.
You had your Vanderbilt coaches, lots of supporters here yelling "Vamos" after you hit that putt. What does it mean to get it done in such a great place like Pinehurst?
It's just phenomenal. I mean, walking up 18, making that putt 17, sending it to, making it all square, walking up 18 and looking at that clubhouse, just like thinking like, oh man, Bryson won here, like a year ago, and he did this and he did that, and it's like, it's special. It's phenomenal out here.
It's one you'll always remember. Carlos, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everything this week.
Back to you, Kendall.
Elite he is in a moment that he will never forget. Carlos Astiasaran edges his name in the history of the North and South Amateur Championship as a winner and a guy that will have his name at this club forever, and a kid that I think that a lot of folks are going to want to put on their radars to follow as he gets in, finishes out the rest of his collegiate career, and tries to make his way at the professional level. But he is a special talent without a doubt.
Yeah, it's really truthfully something pretty incredible. And when you think about the ebbs and flows, the peaks and the valleys of a golf tournament, especially one on such a legendary track such as this, with the pressure of this and the weather of this and all of the things going on, a guy on your bag that you met when you showed up at the tournament, it truly punctuates the victory for Carlos. And I think that's what has to be remembered. I love this picture of them together, and what an emotional win it is. But I'll tell you something right now, to be able to maintain and get through that and understand that pressure and to do all those things, winning it is one thing. Overcoming all the other obstacles that go along with it is a whole nother.
And big congratulations to Mackenzie Lee as well, who etches her name in the history of the North and South Amateur Championship, winning her match over earlier through 17 holes over Jazzy Roberts that we saw that finished up on 17. Incredible performance by Mackenzie Lee, who still has some college golf left at SMU, but she has been incredible in her collegiate career. And Mackenzie Lee today able to weather the storm and win this North and South Amateur Championship. Can't say enough, Nick, about the way Mackenzie played day in and day out throughout this tournament. We mentioned a caddy change on Wednesday. Well, it paid off for Lee. She wins the North and South.
You know, our Bobby Goldstein was out there with the ladies all day long, and we didn't hear from him on the course. But let's check in with Bobby and just get his summation of how things were out there and maybe just some of the emotions and some of the reads.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Hey, Kendall, just an amazing performance. I mean, just working backwards. First of all, Mackenzie almost had another hole-in-one today on number 9. It was absolutely spectacular. And these women played so tough throughout the day. They both drove the ball absolutely fantastic on every hole. The match really came down to, they were right in there, but early on when we started coverage, starting on number 5 and 6, at that time, Mackenzie missed 3 putts within 5 feet. She should have been going into the 5th hole. She should have been up 3, and she was only up 1. And we did an interview earlier today with Jazzy, and she's a fighter. She's from Australia, and she's 20 years old, just a year younger. And the two of them, they were like best friends as competitors. They were talking the whole day. They were an absolute pleasure to watch. Yeah, interesting sidebar on Catherine, on Mackenzie, with her caddy situation. She had her father on her bag. Apparently, from what I was able to discern, they had a disagreement, and she wound up making a quadruple bogey on 8 or 9 on one of the earlier rounds. But she let her father go, apparently, and now she met someone else or asked the person she was staying with on her bag this morning. And then after the 6th hole in the rain delay, he was gone. And then one of the grounds volunteers actually was on her bag the rest of the day that she had just met. So she's a tough, very tough competitor. Very, very enjoyable to play with, but never let down. Incredible focus. She struggled a lot making some putts, but towards the end, they started falling, and it was came down really to 17 because there was an incredible birdie opportunity for her on the 16th hole, and she didn't convert. And then at 17, she made a really tough 4-footer and closed it out. After being 2 up. But.
And you mentioned those first 5 holes, you almost felt like Mackenzie could have had a 3-up lead at that point, but it looked like the putter really got going down the stretch. Jazzy Roberts, give her credit, nothing to hang her head about, an incredible match. Put the pressure on Lee, but it seemed like every time you thought this match may swing and the tables may turn, Mackenzie Lee had an answer. Clutch putt after clutch putt.
Exactly. Excellent point, Kendall. Number 8. Jazzy had just made a birdie, and then to get it back to 1, only down 1, and then what happens on 9? Mackenzie gets up there and almost made a hole in 1. It was 7 inches from the hole, and it was and she conceded the birdie putt, which was just really really cool.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, incredible. And again, folks, we appreciate you tuning in all afternoon on the Championship Golf Network, CGN's exclusive final round coverage. That was Bobby Goldstein, who did a great job on our production crew today and out with the ladies and their final round coverage as well right here on CGN. The trophy presentation is coming up here shortly for Mackenzie Lee and Carlos Astiasaran, and a special moment that these two will never forget. Their golf careers just taking off, if you will, but this tournament right here, and Nick and I talked about it all day long. You think about some of the greats that have had their names on this trophy and have held this trophy in years past. What a special moment for these two. And we'll go to Taft Gant, who is going to interview Mackenzie Lee down on the course.
I'm here with Mackenzie Lee, our 2025 North and South Amateur champion. Congratulations. What were the emotions on the 17th green?
It was really, really complicated, honestly. I haven't won anything individually since 2021, I think, before I graduated. So it was a lot. I had a lot of short fallings. And yeah, it felt like I was getting everything back that I've ever wanted the past 4 years. So a lot of relief, a lot of excitement, a lot of stress, especially that last putt, but yeah.
And you just called your teammates from SMU.
I did.
What did they say? Obviously, congratulations, but what other words were shared?
They were just telling me how proud they were of me, because they've been through a lot of the disappointing moments with me. They've seen, all the struggles that I've been through. So, yeah, they were just really excited, really proud, and they were getting emotional with me as well. So, yeah.
Just in a brief moment, we're going to have the trophy ceremony, and you're going to get to raise the Putter Boy trophy. Yeah. What does that win mean for you, knowing that it's at such a historic championship golf course like Pinehurst?
I know that Pinehurst has such a good relationship with SMU collegiate golfers like Payne Stewart, Bryson, and now me. So it just means a little more as a Mustang, and just adding to the history of SMU women's golf is really exciting for me as well. And I mean, being here I played at Pinehurst for U.S. Kids when I was 5 and 7. Don't remember anything, if I be honest, because it was like over 15 years ago. But if you ask me, I'm sure it was amazing, and it's really exciting to be back again.
100%.
Yeah.
Payne Stewart, Bryson DeChambeau, and now Mackenzie Lee. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What a great interview with Mackenzie Lee and Carlos Astiasarin from our Taft Gant, who had been on the course all afternoon. And we are almost set to begin the trophy ceremony here at the 125th North and South Amateur Championship. We are going to throw it down on the course and listen to the nat sound of the presentation here. Be sure to stay tuned on Championship Golf Network.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is David Galensky, Director of Resort Championships here at Pinehurst Resort. On behalf of Pinehurst Resort and Country Club, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the men's and women's North and South Amateur Trophy Ceremony. First and foremost, I'd like to extend our deepest gratitude to all of the competitors who have showcased their exceptional talent. I'd be remiss not to also acknowledge their perseverance through intense heat, 3 suspensions of play, and 2 next morning finishes. These men and women battled through adversity and made it truly a week to remember. This evening, we continue the new and proud tradition of awarding 2 Putter Boy trophies and adding 2 outstanding individuals to the rich history of the North and South Amateur Championship. Let's begin with the 123rd Women's North and South Championship. This year's finalists, Mackenzie Lee from North Little Rock, Arkansas, and Jazzy Roberts from Australia, have delivered an incredible performance. Mackenzie, a rising senior at SMU, has consistently demonstrated her competitive spirit, earning multiple top 5 finishes this past year for the Mustangs. Jazzy Roberts is no stranger to success, especially in her home country of Australia. She's earned several top 5 finishes this year, including a 4th place result at the Women's Amateur Asia Pacific Championship. Both of these remarkable young women have already made their mark on the golf world, and their legacy only grows stronger this evening. Let's give them a well-deserved round of applause for an outstanding week. Now we turn to the 125th Men's North and South Championship. This year's finalists, Tyler Watts from Huntsville, Alabama, and Carlos Astiazara. Sorry, Carlos. I knew I was going to do that. From Tucson, Arizona, have also put on a thrilling display of skill and determination. Tyler, a rising senior in high school, yes, still in high school, has already had an incredible junior career. Next fall, he will begin his collegiate career as a Tennessee Volunteer. Carlos, who has most recently attended the University of the Pacific, will be heading to Vanderbilt this fall. Since last year's Trans-Miss Amateur, this is one of the biggest stages Carlos has played on, and he certainly gave us a performance to remember. Let's give these two gentlemen a round of applause for their incredible play this week. In addition to our players, there are many individuals who helped make this championship possible. To recognize those contributions, it's my honor to introduce Nolan Miller, Championships Manager of the North and South Hampshire Championships.
Alrighty, good evening. Thank you, Dave. I'm Nolan Miller, Championships Manager at Pinehurst Resort. Before we begin, I would like to thank the 170 hardworking volunteers and 50 rules officials that supported us this week. I would also especially like to thank our Rules Executive Committee and volunteer chairs who navigated a challenging logistical week. This championship wouldn't be possible without the dedication and hard work of our course maintenance staff, led by Course 2 and Course 7 Superintendents John Jeffries and Steve Wilson. Their tireless efforts, especially given this week's weather, ensure that our courses remain in pristine condition for this prestigious event. Pinehurst is incredibly fortunate to have so many individuals working behind the scenes, particularly in a year where we get to host both championships once again in the same week. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to Pinehurst and to the closing of the 123rd Women's North and South Amateur Championship. This event holds a special place in the history of amateur golf, and it's been exciting to watch another outstanding week of competition on the fairways of Pinehurst No. 2. First of all, I'm going to begin with our women's runner-up, Jazzy Roberts, who hails from Australia, where she's already had an incredibly promising junior career. Her experience in highly competitive and ranked global events has helped propel her to one of the largest stages in U.S. amateur golf. Although Jazzy came up just short this week, I have no doubt that this accomplishment will serve as a springboard for her future career. Jazzy, please accept your certified trophy. Now, onto our champion, Mackenzie Lee, who turned in an exceptional performance throughout the tournament. I've got to say, I don't know if I've ever seen this before, but during her second round of stroke play, she went on kind of a wild ride, shot a 42 on the front nine, followed by a 32 on the back nine, which was highlighted by a hole-in-one on the 15th hole. She's a standout player from SMU and finished the season ranked 36th in the nation, currently holds the 41st spot in the World Amateur Golf rankings, and I'm sure this win is likely to improve that standing. Mackenzie has already had an outstanding season with a few top 5 collegiate finishes and 11th place showing at the Augusta National Women's Amateur. Now Mackenzie gets to add her name to the decorated wall of women's champions here at Pinehurst Resort, including Danielle Kang, Morgan Pressel, and Yanni Zen. Mackenzie, please accept your Putter Boy trophy.
was thankful for having a voice. And I have to thank my teammates back in Dallas and all over the world, honestly. Without them, really wouldn't have been here at all. So I really thank you guys and family home. Thank you for your continuous support through the thick and thin. I really owe a lot to you guys and to everyone else, my friends and family, my coaches. I really couldn't be here right now without you guys, so thank you.
Alrighty, now we're going to talk about the 125th Men's North and South Amateur Championship, which is the longest consecutively running amateur golf championship in the United States. So we're going to start with our runner-up, Tyler Watts, who delivered another impressive performance this week, finishing in second. The 17-year-old from Huntsville, Alabama, came into the event following a historic win at the Sonny Hanna Amateur, and he clearly carried that into Pinehurst this week. Tyler's composure and shot-making ability were on display throughout the week as he advanced deep into match play, further cementing his reputation as one of the top young amateur players in the country. While he narrowly missed out on this title, his showing here continues a remarkable season and signals a bright future ahead. Tyler? And now it's time to congratulate Carlos Astiazaron, our 125th South Amateur Champion. I've just got to say, being the 31st seed, you had to go through a really tough bracket, so that was really impressive what you were able to pull off this week. He's a soon-to-be member of the Vanderbilt University golf team, and he showed tremendous poise, resilience, and competitive spirit throughout the week. What stood out most wasn't just the quality of his play, but the way he carried himself. He was very calm under pressure out there. He adapted to the weather conditions and was fully engaged with every challenge that number 2 presented to him. Carlos battled through a talented field and tough match play bracket, as I mentioned, handling momentum swings and pressure moments with maturity well beyond his years. His ability to stay focused and make smart, timely decisions was a key factor in his success, and those traits will no doubt serve him well as he moves forward with his career. It's been a pleasure having Carlos here this week, and his victory is a testament to the competitor that he is. On behalf of everyone at Pinehurst and the North and South Amateur Championships Committee, congratulations, Carlos. You've earned this win, and we look forward to seeing what comes next for you.
So firstly, again, I'd like to thank Pinehurst. I mean, this is such a special place for all of us to play golf at. I mean, number 2 and number 7 are both just treats of a golf course, and walking up 18 fairway with my caddy and Tyler and all, seeing everybody out here, it's special. So firstly, thank you to all the members for making this possible, and also the committee of this tournament. Secondly, thank you to my caddy. He came up big for me in match play. I was definitely not going to be able to carry my sticks for that long. Thank you for my host for housing, Tim. You saved me this week as well. Thank you to Tyler. Tyler, we had a great match. You're an absolute stud, and you're going to do a lot of great things in this game. So, and of course, how can I forget my parents? They're not with me this week, unfortunately, but I know they're at home. My mom's probably crying watching this, and it's awesome being able to go home to them and give them a big hug, because without them, none of this is possible. My coaches, my sports psychologist, all of these people have made this, a reality for me. So I'm excited for what's the future. Thank you.
That concludes the 123rd Women's North and South Championship and the 125th Men's North and South Championship. Travel safe. Thank you all for your for being out here, for your dedication to the championship, volunteers, rules officials, and competitors. Thank you so much for playing and for putting on a great show. Have a great evening.
I'm here with Dave Galinsky, the Championship Director of the North and South Amateur. Dave, first off, congratulations on another great championship. How do you feel the week went overall?
Overall, great. I mean, through adversity, the heat, we had triple figures twice. We called the players off 3 times. Two morning resumptions of play. Overall, I'm just glad the competitors hung in there. Received great feedback from them, and that's all that matters to us.
The weather delay in the middle of the championship match really slowed things down, and it wasn't looking good for a second. You had to make the really tough call to put the players back on the course, even though there was still stuff looming in the future. What went into that decision, and now that we have a champion here at 6 p.m., how did that feel?
If you would have asked me that if we would have finished at 6 p.m. and we would be doing this interview, I would have said no way. Honestly, we had a cell coming in, and we pulled them off, and I was looking at radar, and there was a chance that, if I waited, another 45 to an hour, we might not even be standing here right now. We might be coming back for a third resumption of play in the morning. But overall, it's, proud of our decision, proud of everybody that hung in there. It's just never an easy call. You always want to complete rounds, and you don't want to extend players. But again, they hung in there, and they took it on the chin, and here we are.
Dave Galinsky, our championship director of the longest-running amateur championship in the United States. Dave, congratulations on another great one.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Appreciate that, Taft. So the 125th North and South Men's and Women's Amateur Championships live up to the hype here at Pinehurst No.2. It took a playoff on the men's side for Carlos Astiazarin to be crowned the 2025 champion, and Mackenzie Lee gets it done in 17 holes over Jazzy Roberts on the women's side. And let's take a look back at some of the highlights that we've seen from the tournament. From this special North and South Amateur Championship. How about our first shot of the afternoon? A Tyler Watts hole out from the bunker on hole 5. That was right before the rain delay. Of course, you had the long putt on 7 from Jazzy Roberts, who jars that one. And then Carlos Astiazarin, who we mentioned, got going on the backside on 10 for a birdie downhill, drains it. That was a pivotal point on the men's side of things. Tyler Watts, some big-time plays, big-time putts down the stretch there as Mackenzie Lee drains that putt. How about Tyler Watts? This one left to right, drains it on 15 coming down the stretch. And Mackenzie on 17 with the pressure on her shoulders finds the side door.
A beautiful winning putt by her. Yeah. And then how about Carlos's putt on 17, a huge birdie.
And Mackenzie Lee, that last putt jarred it. And in Carlos Astiasarin with the winning putt on the playoff hole. And how about this second angle? And the fist pump to follow. And he is your 2025 North and South Amateur Champion. And we have got another interview with Taft Gant.
I'm about to be filming. Okay, yes.
Thank you, guys. We have Nolan Miller joining us now, the championship manager of the North and South Amateur. Nolan, congratulations on a great week. What were your takeaways from the championship?
Thank you. I'm honestly just really surprised that we were able to finish, given the fact that we had 3 different weather delays, including one today. Had to restart quarterfinal matches from yesterday. So the fact that we were just able to finish this week was pretty impressive. I was happy that we got to finish on time.
You're someone who sees Pinehurst No.2 more than anyone else. What did you feel like the course played this week, and how the conditions played? They were so great, and everyone was speaking so highly of it. How do you feel like the course was for this championship?
I think it was in pretty much U.S. Open shape without, obviously, all the grandstands around us like we had last year. I will say John Jeffries and his team, he's kind of prided himself on if you give him a week, he could put on a U.S. Open. And I pretty much believe that greens were rolling great, especially given the weather, the fact that they got the bunkers turned around after last night. I mean, there was a foot or two of water in some of those bunkers. So the fact that they got that all turned around for us today was really impressive, and I think it played just like number 2 would play during a U.S. Open.
I'm glad you shouted out the maintenance crews. Anybody else that deserves a shout out here at Pinehurst?
Honestly, my interns did a great job this year. Johan and Josh, they got thrown right into the fire. They did a great job. David, honestly, we're kind of a 4-man crew with a lot of volunteers and rules officials who were great helps to us. But the fact that we got it all done with 5 people, I guess I forgot to thank Ben Nunez as he walks by me. He was the director over at number 7, so we couldn't have done it without him as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Nolan.
Yeah,
congratulations.
Thanks
again.
a bunch. Good seeing you guys.
All right, we'll go back to you guys.
That was Nolan Miller here at Pinehurst Resort. Appreciate him spending the time with Taft Gant. And once again, we thank you for staying tuned on our Championship Golf Network exclusive final round coverage of the 2025 North and South Men's and Women's Amateur Championships. A big thanks to all of our production crew today. How about Sophia Aguirre, our replay operator, and we go to our production assistants, Bobby Goldstein, who was out on the course spotting for us today, Carol Chandler, Bo Atwood, Josh Seal, Bailey Lowry, AJ Bonacci, Cassidy Robinson, Jack Lanham, and, of course, our logistics coordinator, Michaela Bersino, and, of course, Doug Rios-Sabalos, our director today, and, of course, Bobby Goldstein. This would not be possible without those 2 guys. For Kendall Lewis alongside Nick Gismondi and Taft Gant, who was on course today, we say so long from Pinehurst No.2 on the Championship Golf Network.